Okay. It's an hour and a half late, or is it just half an hour? At this point, I've lost track and I don't care anymore. This whole streaming situation has a sum total of 5 minutes to not piss me off. So, give me a hot second just to make sure everything's set up, because at the moment, the chat isn't appearing yet, unless it has in the last 5 seconds, and that was the thing that made me freak out for the past however long. So, you're on thin ice. OBS, Streamlabs, internet in general. I am going to eat the moon. The moon is edible, by the way, just in case that's a revelation to anyone here. You know, they're like, oh, it's made of cheese. Well, there you go. Surprisingly, cheese is edible. Anyway, am I audible? Am I visible? How is everything? Because I am just so done with life at this point. But hey, at least I have an bottle of water, so I can hydrate while I die on the inside drate. Well, holy bleeping shite. I'm aware of the irony of what I just said. It appears to actually be working. Wow. Also, thanks for being here, Dino. It means a lot to me. Maybe we'll actually have a stream today! Okay, I'm just gonna promote myself online and we can just finally just get to the damned point. That's definitely not the right... and other noises. Right. I've promotioned myself on various platforms. And Indigo, kind of same, because I only ever come on here to watch other people at this point, because all of my following is on YouTube. No one comes to Twitch for me, whereas all of my followers are already on YouTube, so... like, it just seemed like a waste to be streaming on Twitch. So I went back, then obviously I've not streamed in literally a year, and I am just so upset with the way that, like, YouTube's changed everything about their back end, and it doesn't cooperate whatsoever with Streamlabs anymore, and it just everything is terrible forever. So, on that note, hopefully everything's going to work, because as it is, I am rather peeved that the big surprise that I had sort of lined up for this hasn't been allowed to be a surprise. Because, yeah, hopefully, if I'm going to get more than just a blank screen, maybe... do we have existence? Because things sound existent, things look existent. I'm actually holding a controller for once. The controller is working. This is also good. And on my controller, B is A and A is B. Hopefully, Vera Anton. I'm going to call myself me because the whole big surprise here is that I'm playing as myself. So, Windy Wakey Randomizer. And hang on, I just realized I didn't have my tracker, like, visible on my face, so I need to do some behind-the-scenes reshuffling of stuff. There, and there, and there we go. So, where has the game started? Us, and by us I mean me. Oh, okay. This is not anywhere particular. Okay, what's the audio like, by the way? Because, there won't be any. how's the audio now? Now that I've actually activated this. So for some reason it's put us up here. Well, that's lovely. That being the case... Well, I always have the Wind Waker on Z. Yeah. I could stop at one of the, Oh, good, thank you. I could stop at those... what they call lookout platforms, but I'd rather just get on with my life, really. And by that I mean, because all I have is the sword, it's probably not worth my while to stop there, so... Oh my god, we actually... Mighty Carrick! I have not heard that name in a very long time. Yeah, with me, I just always have the Wind Waker itself on Z. Like, in the same way that I always have the Ocarina on C down on the N64 ones. But yes, the main big dealio here is I am actually playing as myself. Like, as I have scrolling across the bottom of the screen, I got a friend of mine, to make custom models for me, and I have a sort of Steven Universe-esque shield made out of tessellating scutes, and his hair go flippity-floppity in the breeze, and just, And there are other custom models to look forward to as well, so for the time being... Now, the one thing is, I'm playing this on a Steam controller, so the C-stick is mapped to the right, like, tracker pad thing, which makes playing the Wind Waker itself a little bit awkward. Because rather than pushing a stick in a particular direction... Thank you, God. Hey, God, it's me, Ellen DeGeneres. Give me a feather. So instead of pushing a stick in a particular direction to play whichever note, I instead have to, like... I need to be scrolling up on the trackpad, for example, for it to go up, or down for it to go down. Like, it's... just... It's a time. Now, how do people feel about me commentating this live stream? Like, should it just be me for a while, or do you want me to see if anyone else in, well, what we still call Lively Planet wants to get in on this, or... You know, let me know how y'all feel now that we've finally got the game working. And I bet there will still be something that completely just goes ass over titties, where I don't know, the game is like, okay, yep, well, you've streamed it successfully, so now I'm going to permanently erase the game from all of forever. I missed. I haven't even played Origami King yet, and for that matter, I don't even own Origami King yet. And as far as I understand, it's, like, based on reviews, I'm under the impression that it's the 4th best Paper Mario game, but that's, it's closer to the bottom 2 than it is to the top 3 kind of situation. But I don't know that for certain. Now, something that I've been meaning to bitch about for years at this point, literally years at this point. Am I the only person on this planet who already knew the word sidle before this game came along? Because, like, there are so many, they're usually Americans, who look at that word and they go, what the hell's a siddle? I'm like, how have some people not heard these words that are already existent? I just cannot believe, belong, something to do with, Courage the Cowardly Dog and trapping women in blankets. I don't know. Now, this is my first time cracking open this particular randomized seed, because I did do a practice seed ages ago just to prove to myself that I got the randomizer working. I was playing with the, with Nintelion character model, because Twink Lizard, hooray. So that was a completely different seed. The seed for this one, it's something like a well-mannered lover or something like that, and I thought, you know what, that sounds like me, let's have that be my seed. And I'm going all this way, but I'm painfully aware that unless, because key sanity is on, or key lunacy they call it in this. Also, hi Laura, hi Luzzy, hello. I'll just call you every name and hope that one of them sticks, clicks, or flicks a beat. Don't do that on a live stream. I'm aware that unless this first chest contains something incredible, we're not going to be able to get very far in here, but hey, I mean, this is a thing that can happen I haven't played Cadence of Hyrule myself, but I have seen it. It's a thing that I have seen. So there's that. Also, well, just asking once again, just to get multiple opinions here, because clearly one person's opinion wasn't enough and I don't trust any of you. Is the game audio fine? Is my face audio fine? Like, one thing that I really wanted to do for this, by the way, was to record a custom voice pack for when I'm playing as myself, but I could not figure out how to do that, and the guy I asked to make the custom models didn't know how to do it either, so I thought, you know what, apparently that's just going to be a thing that happens. Thank you, Indigo. Thanks, Gina. Oh. Just, I feel like I dropped an frame. Wait, there's the stick. Bitches love sticks. Becky, let me smash. Watched that for the first time in ages a couple of weeks ago, and now it's back in my head again, and it's mostly Super Alex 641's fault. Mostly. Yeet. Well, hey, it's not nothing, but it's also not anything we could use, so I guess we're off again, and, you know, I agree completely. Like, I know they mean well with the Twitch emotes and stuff, but to an outsider coming in, they really do just come across as a load of in-jokes that I'm not a part of, and thus they feel really excludy, because, like, I don't know the backstory behind Pog. Bill! There are times where I wonder, am I doing enough with my own custom emotes on my Discord server? At least 2, 3? 2? 3? I don't remember at this point. A variety of emotes on my server are just me in various poses, because apparently I'm just that quotable. I have a lobster now. Because, according to my mother, Laura is just Mabel from Gravity Falls. I know I'm just trying to remember what things I said when I recorded A Hat in Time earlier today, because I recorded more A Hat in Time earlier today, and I'm trying not to repeat all myself. Ploppers. Right. Oh, wait, yeah, I just remembered. It's a randomizer, so we get to start with the Ballad of the Gales, so I could just... Oh, that's something else. In the randomizer, they added a warp point next to Forsaken Fortress, which if you don't know this game, that's like, what? But if you do know this game, then that is a big deal. Now, take me into the Mother Island. Because when I was doing my test file thing, I have no idea what I'm looking at, Bill. This was the first chest I opened, and it had the boomerang in it. I doubt I'll be that lucky 2 times in a row. I mean, it's something. I can't complain. I mean, I biologically can complain, but still. Ballad of the Gales, a subsequent time. Oh, look at my eyes. I am just perfection personified. I do wonder if anyone from a furry Discord server, not Discord, Telegram group is going to turn up to the stream, because I promoted it there, and they don't know that I stream, apart from the fact that I mentioned it there. Yeah. That was one thing that I wanted to, that I considered talking about. Okay, Lozzie, have a good sleepy night time. Yeah, I remember hearing about the whole, like, you can kill the boss of the forest. Forbidden Woods, that's what it's called. With the, what they call it. Is it just forest water? I thought it had, like, a different name. Well, whatever. You can kill it with that in one hit, and the only thing stopping me from doing that is I don't trust myself to get to the boss room within 20 minutes. And that is my only reason for never trying that out. But I've seen it be done. Hey, Tingle, I remember that time I Let's Played your face. Ecom an item because my hat is covering up the bee. There's a bee? Okay, I have it set so that the treasure charts are useless, so that's not much of anything. Item number 2. Come on, Tingle. You owe me a fantastic time. Bring me to Christmas. It's another chart! Boo! That is a question. I mean, I suppose, like, I would consider it to be a strong contender for one of the best Zelda adjacent games on the DS. But if I were to call it the best Zelda game on the DS, then I would be forced to give extra acknowledgement to Breath of the Wild, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm trying to do the whole... There we go. Don't know why it wasn't letting me do that. See, my method for going through here is just go into first person, because then it's... Hey, Belle. It's even easier to see the don't go this way ways if you're in first person. I don't know. Never seen anyone else doing that. It's apparently just me. But yeah, if I were to call Rosy Rupee Lad the best DS Zelda game, then I would be forced to call Breath of the Wild a Zelda game, and like, it's a Zelda spin-off game. I don't acknowledge it as a main series game. It's as much a Zelda game as Rosy Rupee Lad is, in my opinion. And of course, my opinion counts for everything. I can't throw my sword in here. Way, you can't throw the butt casually. And why did I zoom in when I can just admire my booty? Damn it, I should have made the guy who do the... I should have made my custom models be dummy thick. Also, I forgot, yeah, we have colourful enemies. I am just not sticking on a single thread of conversation here, and it's probably irritating? Maybe? I don't know. Now, I turned off long side quests, but... Wait, hang on a minute, it's over here. I think I still have to do at least some of the trading, I think, which is unfun. Oh wait, there's this guy as well. This guy gives me a Susan if I Christmas him. Allow me to Christmas you, my Susan. Char.
Huh?
Yep, char. Show me your secrets, Mr. Dancy Man. See, ostensibly, this is supposed to give us the Song of Passing, but it won't. I don't know which one on the track of that. That's... Nope. Nope. That's not it either. That looks like it. Okay. Yes, with the power of this sealed envelope, I will change the time of day. That is clearly how it works. Okay. I don't have the delivery bag, so I can't even deliver it. Oh, I missed the boat as well, but not in the traditional sense. Oh, that's what I get for not watching. Now, speaking of burping mid-sentence, I have started watching Rick and Morty recently along with my mother, and I know that this is something that I talked about in some episode of End Time that I recorded today. And the episode that I actually uploaded today, I didn't record today. It's just, I've had it, like, ready to upload for ages, but I needed the preview of next time to go on the end slate. And you know what? I knew the guy's name right up until you asked. And now I don't remember. Now, I believe this minigame still exists, so I... Errol, what the fuck are you doing here? Why are you here? Also, why are you human? One of us was adopted, and I don't know which one. Now, something else that they changed in the randomizer is they HDified the grappling situation where you can turn whilst rotating, and it's just good for all involved. Hoya! Yeet! Yeet my entire personal body. Yep, yeah, I made it. But why would Aril even exist in Spirit Tracks? Wait, hang on a minute. Wait, yeah. Aril would be just... Never mind. I was going to say something stupid, so just forget I was ever real. Anyway, what's my prize? A Chaos Emerald! Another piece of heart. One day, I will get something. This may not be that day. Someone really should hold me accountable for the shit that I'm talking. And yet here we are. Yeah. The Randomizer may have improved the way that you can swing on things, but you still bonk when you roll up the stairs. But it's crazy to think that Nico is in Spirit Tracks, but as an old man. But somehow Linebeck has existed for 3 generations in that same period of time, because clearly the world of the Ocean King operates on the same time as real time. It's time to go to time. Miss Marie, allow me to listen to your woes. I can't carry your necklaces, but I could at least listen about them. Tell me your secrets. Yeah, we need to talk, madam. That's something else they added to the randomizer. You could just hold down the button, and it just blitzes through text like nobody's business. Children's, I must capture you. I will challenge you because I have your hiding places memorized. I will find you, and you will be found. You see, this is a microaggression. You're running away from me just because I'm a lion. Like, excuse you, I'm not going to eat you. I have standards. Plus, also, I may be a furry, but I don't approve of vor, but that's just personal. Like, if... I can't very well criticize you for it because that would be kink-shaming, but let the records show I don't approve. You there. You're the one where no one can make up their mind whether you're male or female, and frankly, is it any of our business? And the thought occurs as well, at some point I should change the wind to north, I think? Thank you. We've been new. And since I'm in the area, it's this building that has it, isn't it? Yeah. Do I need... I'm totally mentally blanking here. Do I need another item in order to make the windmill happen, or does it just have to be northern wind and press the button? Is it even north? What direction is anything? Maybe it's east. Why don't I remember? No, I'm fairly sure it's north. Blame the controller. Because, like, I need to have my thumb constantly in motion in order to, like, for it to count as a C-stick inclination. Now, was that somehow not north? Okay, that was the right way. Because I know that the guy gives you a prize, but I don't remember if it's for starting the windmill or for activating the lighthouse. Which we can't do without fire arrows, which we can't have until we have the bow. And we don't have either of those things. So, wow, it's almost like I started playing like half an hour ago or something. But since we're here, we can play Sploosh Kaboom, the game that has thwarted speedrunners for many a year. Well, now who's the immortal? Unless, well, the year isn't specified, but... Yay! Indigo being accountable and stuff. Anyway, we shall... I am not a child, I'm just... furry. It's offensive, it's discrimination, it's microaggressions. I could probably cheat this with save states, but I don't remember my save state buttons, so... I don't know why I'm... like, oh. I'm going silent, as if this game takes any concentration whatsoever. Oh. Oh. Hey, I got stupidly lucky. And I didn't even need to cheat it. Like, you saw me do it in real time. I did not need to cheat it. Oh, I got the... Please take this taunting dungeon as up of our gratitude. Yay. Just breaking the universe. So there's that. There's setting a new record. I don't think... Yeah, I think none of the charts lead to anything, so that's fine. And I'm pretty sure there's a third prize. So... Hey, Niels has arrived at last. Well, as I recall, Niels is a fan of water, and there's a lot of it in this game. You might even mistake it for the 3rd generation of Pokemon. Okay. Okay. That was just the worst way I could have found that. I found the hard one. Just... Squid with raging era. Not gonna say that out loud in a live stream. Why is everyone pink except for the ones who aren't? Like, I'm talking about in the stream chat. Because, like, on my Twitch dashboard, everyone's the correct color. Okay, so... This was a complete farcical waste of time, but at least I have 69 rupees. Nice. In the words of Michael Rosen. One day, we will get something on this item tracker. Well, we have the letter. And... yeah, I believe so. The Triumph forks are things you can find. Because I only have to talk to that guy twice at some point. And I think that's after the lighthouse is lit, so... It's totally lit AF, fam. Dude, bro. Squidward. Funny, when I see the name Salvador now, I just immediately think of, you-know-who. But... I have a Discord notification, and... Now, I'm riding the Ferris wheel, but I'm fairly sure that Lenzo's shop, at least the upstairs entrance, I think is locked, and I don't remember what the trigger is for it unlocking. Possibly the... I would say possibly the Deku Leaf? Why would it be the Deku Leaf, though? I don't know. I'm just fairly sure that at this point, the upstairs is locked, and I forget why or how to address that. So I'll just try just in case. It is locked and can't be opened. Well, I'll talk to the man, see if he can unlock it manually. There is stuff to be gained by riding the Windy Mill. In fact, I vaguely recall he's incredibly snotty unless you have a pictograph box. Wow. Is this randomized Wind Waker, or is this a furry goes to a remote part of the sea and witnesses multiple microaggressions? And where am I going? I need to go to the rich house. Oh, I'm still looking... I forgot I was looking for children. Do you ever just forget that children exist? Well, whatever. Bah. That was a good series of noises. Right, things to do. I believe this... Does this guy give you stuff right now, or is that later? Yeah, no, okay. So I need to talk to Maggie, and then drop down to the rich floor below. And I have not Indigo. Yeah, I will put this in a post box. We have a bag. I mean, that's fairly good, because with this, yeah, I'll put the whole bag in the post box, don't you worry. With the randomizer, like, if you get stuff before you get the bag that they're held in, you do still get to keep them, it's just, they're not accessible until you have the corresponding bag.
Ah, so many treasure charts! What am I supposed to do with all these?
Apart from choke on my own voice, apparently. Now, I don't remember if I have the auctions set to be a thing I have to do. And I'm gonna go with no, and I might be wrong. Unless, I think they're lumped in the randomizer along with minigames, and I know that the minigames include the Birdman thing, and that's such a faff that I turned it off, so I think I don't need to worry about Spectacle Island. Get me doing the sassy hands-on-hips pose. And thank you, Ivan? Are you Ivan? Child with hat. Getting caught on a man. Where are you going? Now you're running away. You were just leading me right towards the hiding place of one of your fellow babies. That was a noise. Oh, I just remembered we're gonna have to do the nighttime sneaky aroundy mission. But, wait. Oh, we do start with a Song of Passing. For some reason, the tracker is not aware of this fact. Okay. Well, that's lovely. I don't want to do the stealth thing, though. Nah, I don't like stealth in general. But hey, this is the one time where it would make sense for Link to make a random cat sound. No! After all the faff of getting this stream set up and all of this personal self-loathing and anxiety and paranoia, playing the game and making myself look bad, that's the real secret thing that made me look bad when all was said and dumped. I blame the fact that the C-stick isn't a stick. So are people enjoying this? Because, like, when I was hyping this up, I was saying how, like, set your expectations medium-high, but not super high, because on one hand, I am in a game, but it is, at the end of the day, still just a Wind Waker randomizer. It just has a bunch of custom models that reflect me and my brand. And the guy who made them is super proud of them as well, and damn well right of him to should be. Yeah. Camera, thank you. You there, child. Run into my head as I go head over heels to slap you with my legs. Hi, I'm Nancy DeLolio. Right, oh yeah, the grave child. The child hiding grave. Gravy. Gravy boat. Why, thank you, Dino. And, as I said, some of the items are customized as well. Like, the Steven Universe ass shield that I'm using at the moment is one of them, but there are others that are a bit less, like, coloured. Like, it kind of looks like a texturing error, but, like, it's not. It is just meant to be pink. And also because the texture on it itself is actually so small that it's rather difficult to customize beyond that, so... Child! Chili! Not you. You're the wrong child. You, child, are incorrect. You are the correct child. I will take you and deport you to the city of El Paso. Is El Paso a city or a town? So, what's my prize? Is it cheese? It's one of the Tingle statues. Hooray. And you're just going to swarm around me like the children infants that you are. Do I get something from this straight away, or do I need to bring a joy pendant? I don't remember. How's your face? Okay. And we're getting stuff that's slightly useful later, which is all well and good, but, like, this is going to be one of those randomizers where I can't do anything until I get the first thing, and then something can be stuff. Now, one thing I'm going to check is... right, I forgot to set something up on the tracker, so give me a hot second. I just need to... yeah, okay, that's everything now. I was wondering why on my tracker it was missing some, I tried to say crucial and vital at the same time, crucial details, and... it's because I hadn't finished setting it up properly because I am a foob cake. Now, randomizers are unfeasibly addictive, because I did, how many, like, 4 Ocarina of Time ones over on YouTube, because I don't know, that worked back in the day, and I did a Majora's Mask one, and now we're here. And it's entirely thanks to Heather and Stevie for helping me get everything set up for this. I'm behind a tree. You don't know I exist. Okay, fine. I'll walk away this way then. I will make like Darude and look away. This is what I was saying, though, why it makes sense for me to be making cat noises. Oh no, she fleed. It's been a long time since I've actually had to do this legitimately, so I will just... nip in here. I guess I could see what that... no, because I think you have to commit to the auction before they give you a sausage, so never mind. Right, let's try this again with slightly less tomfoolery. You missed me turning it to nighttime and getting caught by a former member of the 1%. Okay, this time around I will hide behind Ann Corner. And she won't see me. And because I'm a furry, it will actually make sense for her to look my way and I'll go, meow, and then she'll be like, oh, it's just a cat. Even though there are no cats on this island apart from this one traveller whom everyone keeps being racist towards. Don't mind me, I'm a sign with feet. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. You just gonna stand there? Yes, no, please do. In the words of Darude, please fuck away. Well, at the moment, we're, like, the point that the game is set at is during the Triforce Shard quest period of time. Like, that's what the, like, time is. Like, you know, like that's when in the story the game thinks we are. Basically. Now, I'm under you. You can't see me because I'm under you. Do you understand how under you I am? I'm like the German radio station Sunshine Live, because their tagline is Wir sind unter euch, which literally means we are under you. Hi! I am glad that happened. Oh, why you going the long way? Well, I think she's path 2, but still. So, essentially, progress is entirely determined by what you can find and when, but anything that's gated by, like, when it opens up story-wise is not an issue, basically. So, like, I think the Tower of the Gods is the only thing that's not there that otherwise would be at this point in time, and that's just because it only appears once we have all of the pearls, and we don't have any pearls yet. You there! You've been got by the Furry Brigade. Hello. Stop. Wu violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence, Wu. I'm a night-creeping rascal. Quiet, you. Yes, we know. Well, I know the story at least. That's kind of funny. I understand your story, but no, you're being illegal. Because I like you. So, what's my prize? Is it beef? It's money. Okay. This is just like in Ocarina of Time Vanilla, where if you complete Anju's Kuko side quest more than once, then she uses the dialogue for the, like, give you an empty bottle. It's made of fine glass, it should be useful. And if you've already got the bottle, then she just gives you 50 rupees instead. So therefore, headcanon that rupees are made of glass. Alright, is there anything... Ah, there is stuff we can get on Outside Island at the moment, so I guess... There? Question mark? No, hang on. You ever know a song so well that you just can't play it the first time? And while that's going on, I shall have a look at my tracker. Okay, right. Hide and seek, done. Yes, and yes. Okay, so I've done everything I can do on Windfall Island at the moment, judging by the tracker. So, Outside Island. I don't think there's much I can do here, because, like, right, so you're the, so, okay, are the yellow ones red or green? The yellow ones appear to be green, and the red ones are more like the color of 25 gems from Spyro game, or home console Spyro games, because in the Game Boy Advance ones, 25 gems are light blue instead, which is just canonically wrong as far as I'm concerned, but hey. Chew jelly that I can't actually hold. Well, I can hold, but still. It's weird how... Well, I suppose it's not weird, it's just cute how I immediately, like, even though the only way of knowing that the track is called Blue Cave Echo is by either, like, viewing the sound test, viewing the windmill, or obtaining the OST, and yet I immediately know which song you're talking about, and I kind of hear it. Kind of yes, kind of not. I don't know, I'd have to refresh my mind. Okay, so, we could go a short distance into the first dungeon now. I don't think that's enough to get us anything, but we can. And actually, for that matter, I need to update the tracker for Dragon... Wait a minute. Ah, right, yeah. I was going to say, okay, there are 2 chests we could get in Dragon Roost Cavern thanks to that key. And... yeah, okay. Does it bother people that I only have the tracker part of the tracker visible? Because I don't know. I could change that, but I don't know where I put it on the stream, so... suffer. And... you may or may not be glad to know that I have the Savage Labyrinth disabled as well. So that there's something down there, but in all probability it's either a heart piece or a flange noodle. Why am I having a treasure chart? How did I forget the words treasure and chart? It's illegal. Right. By the way, for anyone playing along, you can only enter this house at nighttime. Pardon me while I crawl and completely miss your secret treasure room. What's the prize? Is it beef? Is it beef? Is it beef? The bait bag. Okay. Oh, crrrt. And that is... oh, I can buy something from Beedle apparently as well. Beep boop. Just trying to stay on top of my tracker because... there is so much stuff in this game that's harder to keep track of. Like, Ocarina of Time, I could probably... oh yeah, it is still kind of meat. Yeah, with Ocarina of Time, it's so much easier for me to keep track of what I can do and when, but with this, like, there are a fuck many, like, just random things out in the sea that are just so easy to forget about. Like, oh, have I been to so-and-so platform yet? And for that matter, that's a good point. I got submarines turned on, or submarines as I stress it normally, submarino. So I should probably head to the very southeast part of the world, and I forget which fairy island I can go to at the moment. Is Outset Island in Lowell? Why is the hero's charm just on sale just flagrantly? And it's 20 rupees. Fucking bargain. This probably will not work at all with the character model, so I'm kind of tempted. Oh god, I don't think that counts as anything, but still. I gotta get some pears, because I will need those for later islands. Because we have the bait bag now, so I can make use of that. And I think we'll need one of those, but mostly just pears. Now, can I hold anything else? I can, surprisingly. I don't think Beetle's gonna give me anything for completing him. You know, we probably... I feel like there's, like, a reward for buying... No, not reward. There's a limit on how many, toy pairs you can hold. They might remove that for Randomizer. I don't know. Just thinking about where to go next. I am thinking Headstone Island just to get... Is it Headstone Island? Whichever one this is over here. Why am I suddenly thinking that this... Is this Headstone Island? Or am I thinking of the other one? Oh, no, I'm thinking of Stonewatcher Island. Yeah, this is Headstone Island. And I don't think Hyoi means anything. It's just a noise you can make should you so choose. Now, hopefully I won't run into any giant octopodes along the way. Because... those are scary as shit at the best of times, and I do not have the means of fighting back against them. Now, we could enter the Earth Temple, but we can't because I don't have... I don't have the power bracelets, so we can't get in. But it's there. Seagull. Hello, Huge. Does anyone remember that time that Barunka O'Shaughnessy did a radio show that is just lost to the sands of history? Because I do. It was called Sasha's Best of British, where she pretended to be Sasha. Who's Sasha? Your guess is as mine as good. Ah, it's a piece of heart, just like in vanilla. I think. Is it a piece of heart vanilla? Give me Gino and cookies. Might as well descend and get some free shit on the way down. Except I think the only other stuff here is rupees. Well, I'm descending on the basis of there being rupees here, but yeah, there's a 10 there, and I saw some red, but those might just be hearts, and we don't really need them. I'm only missing a quarter of a heart, and this will be my third heart piece, so... I don't know, I think we'll be fine. Now just teleport them to me as if by magic. Yeah. Right, and on that note... Boop, boop, beep, boop. I'm gonna go to the Forest Haven, which we can't do anything there yet, but we can be in the general vicinity. And don't mind me, I'm just, once again, just checking stuff off on the... tracker. Ooh, there was a submarine next to Headstone Island. For some reason, when it's this game, for some reason I stress it as submarine, even though under all other circumstances, it's a submarine. I don't know why I say it weirdly. Now, what is there in the local vicinity? There's a free chest and a chest. There's a lot of free stuff nearby, is basically what I'm getting at. So, I guess start by going south. I had planned more on sort of just going southeast, but no, we can just go straight south and there's stuff. So here's the fun part of this game. I'm sailing away. I'm eating my legs. And while this is going on, I'm going to sort of pop my face onto Discord and... In fact, yeah, I'm going to see if anyone cares to join me. Bear with. Okay, so if anyone spontaneously joins the call, then we will have co-commentary, and if we don't, then we won't. You're welcome for this perceptive insight. I've massively overshot the southness I was aiming for. Southness Everdeen. So yeah, this is fun. I'm navigationing. So there's a bunch of rafts here. Is this where the chest is, or is it on a platform? Well, we've found these. Ah, good. An octopus. Glowing fantastic colours, because the randomizer is capable of randomizing enemy pellets as well. There we go. Free item. Free is free. Shit is shit. Damn. 7 out of 10. Too much water. Another treasure chart. A hole in the wall where the pants can pee themselves. Okay, Boat, take me away. We must travel to the east, which I'm facing the wrong way, so let's go east. Go east! Does anyone remember that advert where... That's the first time I heard Go West by the Pet Shop Boys, except it was Go East because it was an advert for, like, Chinese sauce, I think? Like Blue Dragon or something? Or Oriental Express. No, that's a train and also a level in Crash Banooka 3. Is that what I'm aiming for? I'm pretty sure that we're looking for... Oh, my mouse has betrayed me, so I can't even track the checker. But believe we're... Yeah, we're looking for a submarine with a raft next to it, which is 2 whole items. And I specifically remember these because they're the ones that everyone forgets about. Well, I have the tracker to help remind me that they're there, but I remember to check here in general, because... Also, sort of belated reaction to the chat. Yay, some acknowledgement for, Minish Cap, which I have covered on my channel to various degrees. Right. One of these platforms has a treasure. The other 3 don't. Can you tell which is which? That one's the dump. They're both your locker. Ah, I should have guessed that. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It is a time. Do we have something good yet? I mean, if someone gave me money in real life, I wouldn't complain. And we've hit the cap. Yay. Now, will this kill me? Are we in for a bad time? Will we experience... Will we come into physical experience with a crummy juncture? Doesn't look like it. It's just bats and bad boys. Which sounds like Will Ferrell's attempt at naming a Eurovision act. Bats and bad boys. Now, I need to acknowledge to myself that just because I'm struggling to hear myself over my headphones doesn't mean that the same is true of you, so I need to use my inside voice and my walking feet. Haha! No one ever parries a bokoblin because they're so insig-fucking-nificant. Temesis in the wild. You keep your bat away from me. You bat and or ball house. Completely just missed the door there, as one does. Is this going to be anything useful? Please. Please, let me smash.
It's another heart, which is all well and good, but I sort of don't... I need items here.
But hey. And one thing that I've heard from other people who do randomizers is the observation that typically the number of heart containers you have is kind of a good barometer for measuring how done you are with the randomizer, because, you know, so each heart represents 5% of completion. Because there's 20 heart containers altogether. And where are we going? Basically just straight north. Because there's 20 heart containers, so each one represents about 5% of progress. So therefore, we are currently 20% of the way there. Of course, it gets more accurate the longer the thing's going on. So we're nowhere near 20%. But in theory... I don't want to have to troll through all of these side things. I'm just sort of hoping that something will give me the breakthrough I need. Because I'm sort of loath to do all the platforms just yet, because these are best done when you can come back with the boomerang, or better still, bombs. It's just some of them have free chests on, and I think this is one of them. Oh, good, there's a whiz robe. My favourite. Your ghastly yellow fireballs and your horrible little pants missed me. You had to wait till I got to the top of the ladder, didn't you? Let me guess. 2 times in a row. Can I please just climb the ladder? This isn't meant to be the hard part. Please? Thank you. Also, that is pretty fire. And yes, there's just a free chest here. Well. Still nothing useful. Hell's bells and a bottle of pierogies. Well, fuck it. I am out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out. But the question is, where do we go next? I am feeling Tingle Island, because then we can go west from there, at least see what Expensive Beetle has to offer. And apparently there is also a free chest to be had at Roxbar Island as well. Now, did I just hear a beep, or did I imagine it? Because if it's this controller complaining of battery, then well, I'll be forced to change the battery, I guess. Right. So, first of all, just sort of head east in general to find a house. Yeah, this looks like a place where there's stuff. I need to double check what it says on the tracker here. That's probably annoying that I keep checking this, but okay. As I thought, there are 3 different... There's 2 different Einsteins and 3 different chests here, and one is for free and the other is for completing and clearing and hamabjucating all of the relevant schneertles, which at this present time we cannot do. Oh no, please hit me with your best shot and knock me back into the ocean again. That was not a literal invitation. Y'all so rude. I mean, I know I just sailed up out of nowhere and started wailing on you with my sword, and so you're completely within your rights to fight back, but at the same time, y'all are rude. Okay. Hey, we finally got a joy pendant. We only need like 47 of them.
Oh, good! Well, I'm glad I kept that slot open in my bait bag. Not that it matters, because I
Already used some bait anyway, but
still... Right, fine. Again with the Uncle Rupee voice.
I waxed poetic enough about that when I was in Sandruin and Billy Hatcher. Right then. Camera. Cameron Diaz. Ah, no, over here. I want to go over here. Because allegedly, I can get something. Also, I just want to see what's pop, lock, and dropping with not beetle, or needle, if you will. Which reminds me that there's a really tiny village near where Europe Scalo 8 got married called Needham Market, and that their town is so full of nothing that they really do need a market just to give them a selling point. Oh, good! There's the bow! Right. Can't afford that. Really can't afford that. And can't afford that. So we will need to come back and buy 2 of the ridiculously expensive things. So that's cool. Oh, wait, I was looking at the wrong thing on the map, so... Okay. There are 2 things we can get if we keep going west. So let's keep going west. If I can get to my boat. Right, so, if at any point I acquire the way of holding more money and more money to demonstrate my ability to hold more money, then we can come back and get Anbo. Like Franbo, but Anbo. Anne Boleyn. Now, come to think of it, when it says progressive bow, does that specifically mean the bow itself, i.e., once I have the bow, that'll turn into the fire and ice arrows, and then once I have those, it'll turn into the light arrows? Or will it instead become, like, is it like a progressive quiver? Like, I'm not sure if it refers to one or both. King of Red Lions, you are terrible at stopping. You there, speak to me and give me an freebie. Because normally this is near Pauperant Isle, but there are other spaces they appear as well. Give me free. Okay! Well, it's not what we need, but it's something. And there's a free thing over on that platform as well. So let's go and grab that, and I don't believe we can get into the Fairy Island just yet. There's like one Fairy Island that we can get into, and it sure as hell ain't this one. And soup. The Wind Waker is the most effective way to stop, if you ever wish to stop. Because it just makes you freeze in place. Although I think that's true of the Grappling Hook and a couple of other items as well, but I know it definitely works with the Wind Waker. So here we are. Is anyone even still watching at this point? Are we having a good time? Yeah. Taste suffering. Be ashamed of your dingle. And other Tesseranto references. Right. And the prize is a skull necklace. Yay. Well, just again need to update the tracker to indicate that yes, I have done these things. What's near? There's something near Star Island. There is another one of these near Star Island. Ah, good. I'm glad that you're still around. So, apparently I've been joined, but perhaps not. For some reason, I thought that cannon fire was coming from Discord, and that makes exactly no sense. So, I am a genius. My genius is immeasurable. And there's no one even... Oh, no, never mind. Yep, nope, it's just myself. For some reason, I'm getting notifications despite not existing. And it's my instinct to pull out the Wind Waker to, like, dictate where I should go. And we have the swift sail. We don't need to worry about wind direction. It just happens automatically. Right. There should be a platform coming into view somewhere here. Hut. Hut.
Yeah.
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 Yes, Queen.
Hello.
Hello. I'm playing as myself.
I can tell.
How you be?
I've been existing.
Or should I say, ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, gracias? No?
Bueno. Okay, yes. Because I've been teaching Laura Spanish.
Yee!
And yesterday I gave you a rather detailed lecture on reflexive pronouns. Like, this sounds like I'm being jestful, but sincerely, that is what we were discussing. And it can be confusing because object pronouns also exist.
Yes. And thanks to that interesting lesson, I now have a mental image of one of my favourite French singers climbing in through the window on my air conditioning pipe.
Well, because he's cool. J'ai pas l'intention de changer. Mais je roule avec ce qui m'aime.
That too, I guess. Hi, Alex!
What?
I see that Alex is in the chat,
Oh.
I think.
Oh.
Who else would Loving Horn be?
Ah. Discord custom names. It's because I know what's happening because like I tried doing the you know when like if you hover your mouse over a window so you can see what's going on in it. It's because the window is technically minimized so it's not updated, so I have no way of knowing who's in the chat.
It's okay.
Ooh, it's a stripper party.
You know, a water party!
You know, Marco Mangoni's water party.
With strippers!
And Jesus. Oh, okay. I just... Something just came to mind in the form of a really terrible joke that you might find offensive or you might find hilarious.
Okay, why would I find it offensive?
Because you have a sister?
Oh yes. Okay, go on.
What's Jesus' favorite kind of exercise? CrossFit.
Oh my days.
I'm going to hell for that one. Try the controversy.
Yep. Try the controversy.
That's a spicy beeper.
Yeah, I'm an amoeba. They
And-
call me disappointment.
That was it. I don't think there was a they call me in there somewhere. But I don't remember if that was one of ours or one of yours. Was it one of what? Where's the why am I turning all of the ways that are incorrect? Just do a full oceanic 360 to find the island. Because I found the Fair Island we can in fact climb inside.
I believe it was when Philly G and I were over at yours, and that was Philly G's catchphrase. They call me disappointment.
Righty, Carrack.
You know, because I want to sell a store. I want to open a store that sells women and call it Julex.
That was a joke that happened, and it ended up accidentally being funny because it's a cross between Dulux and Durex. So condoms and paint.
Because women come in all colours.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Try the controversy.
Why do people keep sending me joy pendants? They sendy the pendy. They bazooka that veruca.
Bazooka that wart.
She remembers. And I somehow misread chieftain as chicken.
Yum.
Hey!
Yay!
Hello?
Is this the stripy boy?
Yay!
Which, if you add an extra P, is spelled strippy boy.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't put it past him.
I mean, we've been new.
Yeah.
Mew.
Honk. I don't know what those are penguin names. That too.
So, yeah, for anyone not necessarily in the know, 3 of the ultimates from Chaos Potentia Est are currently on this call. Because voice acting is a thing.
Yee.
Such fun.
Meow.
And then there's me being ultimate teacher over here.
Ultimate clairvoyant, and also ultimate shut-in.
And possibly
Possibly what? I didn't hear because Discord cut out and now I'm scared.
possibly ultimate bitch.
He's so mean to me.
Oh, you enjoy it.
That moment when you're third wheeling.
Hey, you already have a husband.
I know, but he's in the other room.
Whereas, wait, yeah, if you ever told a fetus that it was misbehaving, you could be like, haha, go to your womb. Okay, I will see myself to bed. There is ostensibly something in here that the tracker refers to as the annoying chest. So, Alex got here just in time.
Yay!
Yeah.
You're not supposed to enjoy it. That's what he said to me.
Ah.
Oh, this isn't annoying. This is just children.
Children, time for the ultimate teacher. Anywho.
Bing bong class announcement.
Oh, body has been discovered.
Not, of course, to be confused with like, if you cry so hard that you shit, that is poo-hoo.
Giggling and pissing is pee-hee. Yes, that.
Nice.
Alex!
He said moist on a stream. As if stream itself wasn't already a moist euphemism, or a moist-phemism, if you will. There's so many children and they're all so many different colours. Just like in the real world.
You know, they came from that Durex Dulux shop.
Wait.
They come in many colours.
Wait, do they sell children, or were they made by the women who came from Dulex?
Yeah, they were probably. Yeah, they were made by the women that.
They came in Romania, birth and child.
That too.
Okay, I think my next destination is the Starbelt Archipelago. And Alex knows a thing or two about belts.
Yeah.
He took that in a direction that I hadn't intended.
Cinturón? I think that's spelled in Spanish. Cinturón?
Cinturón? Sí.
Yeah. Yay.
You know, baila el cheeky cheeky. Which, now that I say it out loud, kind of just sounds like a euphemism for sex.
Yum.
You know, el cheeky cheeky se baila si. Uno, el breakdance. Dos.
El cruceito. Tres. El Michael Jackson.
Cuatro, el Robocop.
Busts out a tiny guitar and plays Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
I thought it was Old MacDonald Had a Farm.
Aren't they the same song?
No!
And how does the alphabet fit into this? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, E, I, O.
I think those are two very different songs, sir.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Where the skies are so blue. I can't remember the words.
And
I need an adult.
anyone will shave your back for a nickel, and something about a hermaphrodite with a flock of seagulls haircut. Man, I hate it when I'm right.
What?
So no one here has heard of Weird Al then. Okay, I will just climb into a shoe.
I've heard of Weird Al, I just don't remember that song. Also, did Alex just say wet?
A what?
Alex is moist confirmed.
A what?
Meow.
Now I'm imagining him climbing the air conditioner pipe.
Did you ever explain the story behind that, or are we just sort of stuck in the universe of a moist tiger?
What, the air conditioner, or the story of the air conditioner pipe, or I don't know.
I mean, I can't imagine anything else. Or perhaps I'm just trying not to imagine anything else.
Well, I mean, you were the one that planted the mental imagery of somebody climbing in through my window via the air conditioner pipe.
And what was the context that? Because I know it had something to do with conjugation. Conjugation, right?
I was trying to learn the informal versus the formal something verbs of Spanish. And you explained, right, so the informal would be, if you were talking to me, Alex, Heather, and Joth. And the formal would be if you were talking to Marco Mengoni, Blas Canto, John Olasand, and Kenji Girac, who wasn't technically invited, but snuck in through the window.
You see, Alex, learning can be sexy.
Oh, what?
Now I'm just imagining Alex climbing in through an air conditioning pipe, just screaming, "Omelette du fromage!"
He can climb in through my pipes, I mean, what?
Meow.
Alex enjoys making people uncomfortable.
More like I enjoyed teasing bitches.
Why do I hang out with you people?
Oh, you love it.
I hang out with you because friendship. Yeah.
And yeah, no.
Jesus.
Friendship and Jesus. We totally read the Bible. Strong ooh-woo energy with the stream. Yes.
Yes.
Because we all need Jesus.
Oh, Lord.
Hang on, I think I know who to call for this one. No.
Oh.
What? You wanted my sister to come onto stream?
I mean, no, but, you know. I could shout Japanese at her.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that.
You know, speak French between the legs.
Okay?
Oh, I was thinking about how to respond, and I very nearly said something very wrong.
Ooh.
Oh, what?
I was going to say that potatoes are exciting, but it very nearly came out as potatoes have a piss fetish.
Okay.
And before anyone asks, I only know that word because I hang out with a bunch of furries.
Well, I mean, plants do enjoy getting watered.
My brain has entered a very dark place.
Mighty Carrick, you're not
I
helping!
think I might have just broke Tess.
Weird, because it's usually me you end up breaking.
I'm dropping a beat over here.
He's become a scat man.
I'm the scat man.
Okay, what I was gonna say next will need some context, so...
Oh boy. Also, I got the deck
Okay.
relief.
So I was out on a drive with my sister, and she was stuck behind a concrete lorry, and
Not just
She misread-
not just one concrete, but an entire lorry of concrete. Okay, yeah.
but she misread Eastern concrete as easy concrete, and then she thought, well, it can't be easy concrete because all concrete is hard.
Oh. Well,
And
I
my
mean,
brain just immediately went to a dark place when you and Alex were orgasming all over each other.
well,
Because now I'm imagining concrete dicks.
I was gonna say, I can
Talk
be
about
hard and
rock
very
hard
easy at the
boner.
same time. I mean, what? Wait, what?
Talk about a rock hard boner.
Please do.
Why?
I just realized my hat is the compass. On the stream layout, not just in general.
Cool.
Like, I saw a Tumblr post that was...
It took you this long to realize.
Well, I'm playing the game, I'm not looking at the stream. But I saw a thing on Tumblr the other day, and it was talking about how there was some park ranger who used to, he would hold... Like, if someone asked him for the time, he would hold his, ranger hat and sort of measure the angle of the sun relative to the brim of the hat. And then in the tag, someone added, also he had a watch face sewn into the hat, but that didn't seem relevant. This is why you've researched the metadata. I missed the switch, I missed the butt plug. The color-changing butt plug.
Nice one.
I missed 2 of them.
Ooh, ah.
Just a little bit.
I was going for the butt plug song from D3.
Butt plug. Ooh, butt plug.
Ass to the center, ass to the center.
He's familiar with it too.
The fuck?
I figured you'd know a bit or two about a game about collecting prostitutes by running into them, and that helps you find the truth of murder.
Ah.
Again, it's
You
a sign
know,
of the company.
as you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a typical Wednesday evening for Tess.
I mean, I was going to talk about, using one of these crystal switches as a butt plug, where, you sit on it and it goes right up in there, and then it activates whatever mechanism. So all you have to do is sit at an odd angle, and then suddenly the door opens, and everyone's like, huh, how did that happen? And you're just there like, well, there is no way I can explain that and come out of the conversation a winner. I mean, what?
I mean, you lost me at crystal, so now I'm just imagining you shoving one of those crystals from the crystal maze up your butt.
Ooh. Now that's what I call an automatic lock-in situation.
Wait, do they even have the crystal maze in America?
I don't think so. I think it was only in the UK, but then there was also Fort Boyard that it was kind of based on, and I don't know if America had that because it was owned by France.
If it was a thing in America, I haven't heard of it.
Oh yeah,
I'm
like you'd
looking it
know
up now.
Canada.
Yeah, it's only like we're their upstairs neighbor.
Your entire country
They're
is a hat.
The upstairs neighbor.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You know what else I'm not wrong about? A lot of things.
These nuts.
Oh, whoa! We are just having a time over here, by the way.
Oh, there was an American adaptation.
How in the fuck? Also, I've completely lost track of which switches I still need to hit. Because, you know, as the expression goes, hit switches, get bitches. And I'm already here.
It only started up in January of this year, and then there's only been 10 episodes of it because, you know.
So, do they use the same, like, maze as we do, or do they have, like, I don't know, like the freedom zone, the gun zone, the burger zone, and the fuck you pay for healthcare zone?
I don't know, to be honest. It doesn't say. It just, each team plays a total of 8 games in the maze, 2 per zone. The Mega Crystal, introduced in 2019 in the original series, is available in any game after the first.
I'm all out of pears! Carry on.
Some of the names of these episodes are just yes. Like,
what?
keep your eyes on the panda. Space is a difficult place.
You know, as it is.
Yeah, we've been new.
What's the sign for winning?
That's a valid question.
I can read, but I can't do that. That is literally the title of one of the episodes in the American series. I can read, but I can't do that.
Do anything for love.
We thought of the same thing.
Yep. The last episode was called Put a Ring on It.
Oh, what? Get it? Because anus.
Not where I was going with that.
So anyway, it's been about 80 years since I got the Deku Leaf, but this is one of the things that has a custom model. And it only just occurred to me. Why is someone pissing in this cave? It's in both of my ears.
What, the piss?
Anyway. You might notice that the Deku Leaf is now the flag of Antarctica. So, I can blow things Antarctically.
Yum.
Yee.
But wait, there is in fact more to this Devolver Digital Schnebulary. Because
Yay.
when I wangle the leaf, it's the flag of Antarctica. When I fly with the leaf, it's the flag of Sunmu!
Cool.
Yum.
Bit of an underwhelming response. I fly with flags. Guys, I'm cool!
I know you are!
But what am I? Oh no, I fell the wrong way.
Good job.
Well, now I have to sue everyone. There you go, Dino gets it. God, why do I have to go to Croatia to get a reaction from people? Canada doesn't even know about Yugoslavia. Ah!
I had a dream that San Marino won the Choir of the Year.
We stan Marino.
I don't know why. Because, like... Wait, Choir of the Year is, like, biannually, isn't it?
Yeah, for some reason, Choir of the Year is every 2 years. Makes sense.
Because... Yeah, I think that's why they called it Eurovision Choir now, because calling it Choir of the Year would mean they'd have to host it every year. Oh my god.
Such obligation, much wow.
And yeah. I mean, I was having a casual chat with somebody on a Eurovision Facebook page. I know. Somebody on a Eurovision Facebook page that doesn't stand Cyprus 2018.
I got the guapo wee walk. Wee wah woo wee woo. Wee wee
But
woo
yeah,
woo.
they were basically saying,
Oh, wow.
oh, Canada should come back to the contest because Canada took part in a Eurovision thing in the 80s, and they were just like, they should come back and participate in
Once
proper.
upon a time.
In a land far away, there was a beautiful princess called Alex. Good story. But yeah. I mean, how would Tess feel about Canada in the Eurovision?
It might make Alex share in my interests for once.
And it would be a lot better than America taking part.
T.
Because I still haven't seen the Eurovision movie, and I kind of don't plan to.
Same.
Although that new Eurovision murder mystery book does sound interesting, so I might look into that.
And is that's not the same one as the one where the UK is represented by a boy band called King, is it?
I don't know.
Because I have to say it and I have to make it dingy. Because they called themselves King, so they go ding. And if they called themselves Kong, they'd go dong. Oh, of course you start giggling as soon as dongs come into the equation, sir.
Is it because, like Marco Mengoni, Alex lacks the D? I make myself laugh sometimes.
You piss right off.
What?
Sir, you can put your money, or in this case your penis, where your mouth is.
You want him to put his penis in his mouth?
If he can.
I mean, if he's that flexible, then sure.
What? Do I need a demonstration?
I mean, I wouldn't complain. What the fuck has this conversation turned
Of course
into?
you wouldn't.
I thought you was going to say, and for this demonstration, I need a volunteer. Ah, you, sir.
You there in the fursuit.
Wait, Cassidy's in the stream?
Well, I'm playing a furry character.
E.
Also, I am dying.
This boy is on fire.
Because you're teasing me like a nipple in a house.
Just one nipple?
What?
And one house.
Yeah, that wasn't the issue here.
Oh well then. I mean, in this economy, it bloody well should be.
What? Who do you know that owns more than one house?
I don't know anyone who owns house.
You live in a house?
I am a house.
I used to be a cow.
I burned to death.
Oh.
That's what I get for being careless.
God.
Sabba-de-bup-ba-da-ba-da-bup. Oh no, you got to see my technical information. Ladies.
It will.
I'm going to obtain water in my mouth hole, so say something entertaining while I'm doing that. Clearly you won't make me spray it everywhere.
Okay.
Oh, wet blowings.
Bitch, you don't even know. That being said, if you were to tell me that somewhere in rural England there was a village called Blow Me Gently, I would believe it. You know, it's just down the road from Church Scrotum and just up the river from Piddle Quickly.
That reminds me of the Tenacious D song, Fuck Her Gently.
Oh. I would have settled for the town called Kickapoo, but yeah, sure, that works too.
That reminds me, my landlady and a couple of her friends, they went to a town in the States called Intercourse.
That's the sex word. I know that there's also an East and West Intercourse Island. So there's two. One in the East, one in the West. I don't know where it is. Possibly Michigan, possibly not. You know, probably Paris. You know, pee down the store, pick the poop. Ooh, I could die!
What?
I just realized I can go to a place, but while I'm going to that place, I can do something else as well.
It's just all of a sudden, ooh, I can die!
I'm gonna be so useful in class trials.
I know that there's an intercourse island in Australia.
Oh, what? You know,
Oh, what?
Australian kissing. It's like French kissing, but down under.
Yum.
So I played AI Dungeon the other day, just to see what all the buzz was about. And I ended up...
Yeah, it got intensely sexual right off the bat, didn't
Yes, it got extremely sexual extremely quickly. And I ended up married to Kalimvir from Choice of the Dragon. And he was a very tender lover.
it? Lovely.
I mean, it kinda was. To be fair. Just gonna let that one hang in the air, apparently.
Oh, can you get to the Forbidden Woods dungeon now that you have the leaf?
I believe so, because that's the thing that made me go hoo-hee hoo-hee hoo. Trying to remember which side of... Okay, that's the bunghole gallery.
The Cornholio Gallery.
Ah, you touch my tra-la-la. Ooh, my ding-ding-dong.
Oh, my ding ding dong.
Oh, wow. How is anyone even still watching at this point?
Life would last forever. Touch yourself and feel a little pleasure.
There you go, we're all as bad as each other.
And you claim to be the innocent one.
I am innocent compared to you two.
Oh, what am I gonna do with it?
Don't mention the T word, Alex.
Titty?
He's forgotten.
Oh, what?
Good.
Oh, I remembered the word, and that's sad. I shall respect your boundaries by not saying it.
Okay, good.
Let's just go with titty and leave it at that.
In other news, you got a bag.
I have all the bags now, and now I'm just going to drown, I guess.
He has a whole collection of bags.
Guess I'll just die.
Guess I'll die.
Same.
Bags, little towels. I love seahorses. They're so beautiful and cute. I'm in love with the seahorses. They're like all the clocks. Who's this guy? Mr. Balloons. Mr. Balloon Hands. Get real. Who's this guy? Mr. Walkway. Mr. Walk Down Me on the walkway. Lead me to the building. Fuck you.
Okay?
Thank you, Inez.
Test to a blessing glass?
A veces, de vez en cuando.
And help.
Call the police.
Oh yeah, while I think of it, does the mirror shield have a new model too?
Well, you'll just have to wait and see if I even get it in this stream. But that's... Wouldn't that just be a thing, though? Like, I have this custom shield, and then you got the mirror shield, and we're just back to a regular fucking shield. I go to all this trouble to commission custom models, only to have them be obsoleted by items that haven't been customized.
Isn't that just life?
Nipples.
Moist.
Oh well.
Pooh hoo!
Is this what we fucking resorted to now?
I don't know what to say.
Pee
This
pee
is an
poo
awkward-
poo.
This is an awkward conversation.
I
for
thought
us
you were
all.
gonna say orgy.
Yeah, Alex
well.
fucking wishes.
Oh.
What?
I mean, I wouldn't object.
Alex!
Thirsty kitten, little pile of poop.
Would it just be the three of us, or is Philly G welcome to join in too?
I mean, if it was the three of us, we could just sort of pair up and leave each other alone.
Yeah!
What the fuck is this conversation?
I don't know!
Rectum. There, I'm reading the chat.
Thank you for your contribution, Neil.
just the one, Neil.
I'm gonna go get myself a drink. You two talk amongst yourselves, have fun, stay safe, and remember to use a condom.
No promises.
Well, I'm just going to use the flag of San Marino to go over here. Look at my legs, they jiggle like a
Fly
bobblehead.
along on the soon. Fly along on the soon move.
It's like, did you see what I posted to Instagram the other day, where it was a cow?
I believe I did.
And the caption was just, moo. But then I put it onto Discord and added, is this Heather? Is this you? Yes. Hello. Hi. That's not funny at all without the original context. It's just me talking to myself. Talking in my sleep at night, making myself crazy. All of the time. All of the time. The wind missed me, and now my flag is going happy poo poo. You know, happy poo poo. At least I looked good dying.
Yeah.
It's like that one Kesha song, you know, when I die, leave my body in the desert and the spaceship will come down and take me away again. There is a Kesha song about that.
What?
That is, I believe it's Kesha anyway, where, like, she has this belief that when she dies, this alien race will, quote, come back for her. I'm like, yeah, what? Okay.
What?
Yeah, if that's what her soul says, then I say more power to her. Also, the Peahats look tight as fuck. Good for them.
In what sense of the word?
Only you would think that.
Yo.
Only you.
Did you have fun?
It got lewd.
Oh boy.
And now
How
Alex,
lewd.
Alex wants to fuck a
I may
plant.
have,
What?
I may have implied I want to fuck a pea hat.
And like, I mean, Jerry is one thing, but oh my god, that plant is on LSD.
I misheard that horribly, so he wants to fuck a hat made of peas or a hat full of pea?
I mean, this is Alex. Back
Fuck.
together.
Mm.
And I'm now going down at the hands and legs of you because I'm so much better. And every part of me is saying, go get her. Oh. Pictured here. Your upscale 08 snapping the necks of her enemies.
That was me opening a can of Coke, you potato waffle.
I just threw a stick and it kind of went on a magical journey of over time and space.
Yeah, swing that stick around.
Surprisingly, not the first time he said that to me. Why aren't you more on fire than you are? Oh, he didn't have to be awake for me to murder him. You just hate it when that happens.
Because the music is his passion, it's his life. He's like a fire. He's like a fire. Do you feel him now?
Yeah.
Tess doesn't get the reference.
I do. Mila Moskov, who kind of looks like she could be Michelle Schultz's younger sister, apart from the massive nationality gap. Imagine if that was a thing. Like, you know, it's supposed to be like, you shouldn't be in a relationship with someone who's younger than, I think it was half your age plus 7, I think? But in this case, it's, nope, I can't be with you. You're the right age, but you're from a country that's too many years away.
In what sense?
Like, I can't be related to you. You're from Polynesia. Nothing personal against Polynesia, it's just far away. Like a dream I had last night where
Oh boy.
Okay, so, amongst other things, Alex and I briefly made out, and then he started acting weird about it, and, after that, like, I went to, Togo, I think it was, but, like, having analyzed the available data, I think my brain meant Tonga, and I was trying to solve some sort of conspiracy relating to snow and possibly Breath of the Wild, but in real life.
What?
Well, how could that possibly be misconstrued? Or is he too Canadian to have heard of countries?
Well, I think he knows what snow is, considering he's Canadian.
That's a bold assumption.
Well, I mean, but I'm assuming they get snow in other parts of Canada.
Is snow legal in Canada?
What, as like a drug?
In general. Or are they like, you can't have weather here? Ah! That happened. Now time to whip out Antarctica again. Which, like, I asked this question about the moon, but it's true of Antarctica as well. Like, if you had the power to just go to the moon by yourself, like, if you could just sort of press a button and suddenly, boop, you're on the moon. Like, is that allowed, or would NASA be like, hey, get down from there? That's naughty.
This is our moon, you little brat.
Get your ass down here. Like, the same's true of Antarctica. Could you, like, just rock up one day and be like, yo, I'm just chilling, literally, with the penguins? Or would there be, like, science people who are like, stop it? You being here, stop that shit.
I'd love to chill with the penguins.
Stop existing.
Okay.
And your upscaler weight disappeared in a puff of logic.
Sure, Alex would enjoy that because then he could have Tess all to himself.
Imagine being arrested
Oh,
for
wow.
illegal mooning! Well, I give Alex permission to moon me whenever he likes, but I don't think that's what you
Wait,
had in
what?
mind. What? I didn't say anything, you said anything.
My brain
Talk
has
about
this.
fly-
My flag's
Talk
having a
about
seizure.
the fly booty.
My brain has a very dark mental image.
Well, have you tried turning up the brightness?
Well, Tess turns in his bed one night. Boop! There's Alex's butt.
But,
That's moving.
but just his butt.
You
Yep, the
you got
rest of him-
chart sub.
What? I didn't hear what he said. Was that just, you gotta start somewhere?
You got chart sub.
Ah, right. For some reason I thought you were commenting on the whole only your ass and not the rest of you in bed. And like, yeah, as you said, gotta start somewhere. Collect a whole Alex over the course of 10 installments and 5 easy payments of $5.99.69.
Plus postage and packaging.
In other words, plus PP!
That reminds me of the whole porn sale thing Heather did.
Oh, yeah. Greetings, children and adults of all ages, and welcome to the porno sale. We'll be getting you the best prices we can afford for you on all of your pornographic needs. You want to see dicks? You want to see dicks the size of bigger dicks? We can do that for you today for the low price of $5.99.69. $69.69. That's better. We'll go with that take. I'm playing with nuts.
Oh!
Oh well.
Beep boop doobie doop. I just blew a nut with the power of Antarctica. Oh, the nuts are kind of hexagonal.
By the power of penguins!
Is this Tomodachi live? Remember, children, never eat chocolate raisins you found in a field. The fuck kind of laugh was that?
You sound exactly like.
Here is my impression of Lozzie. Yeet!
That is legit ass what they say on my island, though.
I have a lobster now. Tess.
Ah, the power of farts.
Oh no. Oh, I got a camera! Now I can take lewds, because I'm a furry and that's what we do, apparently.
Yum.
That said...
What is a lewd?
What?
What is a lewd, and how is it different from a nude?
Variety?
That's a spicy beeper.
Yeah, I'm an amoeba.
We should do a Lively Planet like Jackbox session sometime.
We should.
And we should.
And yeah, I know Alex knows about this because he's seen it and he reacted very hornily towards it. But I don't think
Okay.
Laura knows. There is exactly
Oh, what?
one piece of lewd art of my persona on the internet. And I
Oh,
don't think it's publicly available, but it exists. Let the records show. In fact, don't let the records show that. Even better. Oh, there is just a bomb in here. My broom closet ending was my favourite.
I trust that it exists.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's the lewd cosplay.
Yes. Well, it's in which my persona attempts a cosplay, but the character in question doesn't wear pants, so a little bit awkward.
Cool.
Oh yeah, and I remember in one other porn of one of your characters where the comment section was about color theory.
Yeah. Like, I did a whole like Patreon bonus video about this ages ago, but yeah. So I don't know how this happened, legitimately, but someone like there were multiple people involved in this, by the way. But someone commissioned another artist to do a porn of one of my characters. And granted, the character in question is just like a recolor of, like, it's based on a sprite recolor. So it's not exactly the most original of designs. So you could argue, there's a chance that it could have just happened accidentally. Except the colors are so specific, and I have such a, like, I can talk through the reasoning behind each individual color that I highly doubt that it is a coincidence. But then that means that someone took the time to commission porn of a character that I don't even do that much with publicly. And I don't know, like that part I'm like, you know what, whatever, I'm not even mad. But what does peeve me is literally all the comments under it, because when I was pointed towards it, naturally the first thing I thought was, ooh, comments. It's just people bitching about the color choices, and I'm like, fuck off! Can't you just appreciate art of one of my characters, even though I didn't sign off on it in any way whatsoever? And people are like, ew, no, they clash horribly. And even the artist was like, yeah, I agree, but like, it was a commission, what can I do? I'm like, wow, fucking, like, I wasn't there for any of this, but I'm still offended. And the fact that it's incredibly in character for the character in question is neither here nor there.
Meow.
Meow. Snoopingo's usual. Now, where's the bonus pot? I must climb inside the spare weed. This room looks like underwear.
I just heard that just where's the boner, and I'm just like, I'm sure Alex has one somewhere.
It's somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh. I'll see that when I believe it.
I'm not sure where though.
Oh. What was I saying earlier about a nipple in a house? Why does that not know? Why did he do? I thought I had a crazy clever shortcut on my hands, but I didn't.
But you didn't.
I should have left you on that street corner where you were standing.
But you didn't.
Now, have I been misinformed, or is that from a porn?
I don't know.
Don't you?
If it's from a porn, it's one I haven't seen.
This invites further questions, and I'm pursuing none of them.
My brain's just thinking back to Amelie. Like, how many people in Paris? How many people in Paris are having an orgasm right now? Cats.
I died! But to be fair, I didn't bother changing the wind, so I was probably going to die anyway.
Nice job.
I thought you were gonna say nice cock. Nice cock. Bob!
Which reminds me, one of some of the furries posted that in the chat today.
I was one of those furries.
I miss out on all the gossip.
What? Why did that count as die?
Did Tess just soul sucked out?
What?
Thank you, Dino, for ripping my pee-pee. This is illegal, you know. Oh, that's clever! When I don't have magic, the flag just doesn't exist. Spen, you
And
beautiful
that was the
genius.
sound of Tess dying inside.
Yes. A body has been discovered!
I was gonna spoil a thing, but then I stopped myself. I'm proud of me. Yay.
I'm proud of you too.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm just... Yay! Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna rock backwards and forwards in the corner while someone else by Duncan Lawrence plays in the background. Tess will understand what I mean. Because, like, seriously, why do Eurovision artists, like, release, like, their better songs after they've won the contest?
Because... eggs.
Yes.
Because
Fire in the
poultry.
Rain exists because eggs.
Now, did I dream it, or do eggs count as dairy?
No.
Not as far as I'm aware.
Dairy products is anything that comes from a cow, ain't it? Like, the milk part of the cow.
Oh, so not the beef then.
The milk part of the cow. Well done, Laura. That's as genius as the French bit of France. So all of it.
Netherlands love their Tuesdays.
Reminds me of a Tumblr post I saw where, like, someone was wondering what food group honey was in, and someone else responded that apparently it was considered meat.
You see, I was more expecting, that one tweet of the person going, "Is honey bee cum?"
I'm on me wee. I was trying to find that TikTok for you as well, Tess, and I still can't find it.
I struggled also. I got the flown
Oh,
tower.
whoa, he noticed your... Oh, whoa, he noticed your bag.
He saw my sack. Christmas card for Toe and his brother Sack.
And then there's Doom.
Doom. Okay, now I've spoken to Mr. Pee-Pee Man, I can climb up to his house and go in the secret way.
Secret?
Yes, yes, secret.
You've spoken to the Weenie Man.
John the Weenie Man!
Talking to you two hurts my brain.
Wait, so what does bird milk count as?
Wait, bird milk?
What?
Do birds produce milk?
I mean, they don't have titties, but that won't stop you from trying? Question mark?
But then,
Even the game couldn't believe I just said that.
this poses many questions as to what pigeon milk is in Animal Crossing.
Pee pee poo poo.
Alex, why?
Why not?
Ah, Buffett.
Wow, Luigi.
Ah, yes. The Holy Trinity. The Why Not, the Wobbuffet, and the Holy Weege. Or in this case, Wah.
You know, the I think you dubbed me as the almighty Waluigi when we did Mario Party 8 that one time. That was like 3 years ago.
Oh my!
What? Did Alex jizz in your pants?
I'd like to see him try. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, is that... I can't see the shield on the tracker, so I'm just going to assume that I have it. Ha-ha! Ha-ha!
The reflecty boy.
He's shiny.
Nay! Well done.
Oh, nice.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Doing anymore.
Iwi do? Pew do woo? Salad?
Ensalada.
Pee wee doo doo.
Oh no! Don't be with the doo-doo!
Oh, 9 mein stinkleberries?
Asriel, no! Which, as I recall, is just, like, literally garden peas. Those are the stinkleberries. They're just fragrant peas.
Oh, the fragrant pea.
Meow!
And that is how Alex broke Laura and died. The end.
I need to update the tracker for the first time in a year. Right, let's see. Hang on, and... Yes. Good talk. As you were.
I hail you.
And sometimes
Buttery
yeast.
fluid.
Oh. Here, take my letter.
Speaking of letters, Tess obtained the Wheel of Fortune game.
Is good.
Yeah. Have you played it with the parents yet?
Yes. Well, I played it with my mother, and she's very fond of it, and for some reason I forgot that I have to hand-deliver this. Because I forgot which letter was which.
Good job.
Is it A, Blee, or the curly one?
You know, curly cut or kicking cut.
Does anyone outside Britain even remember that?
What?
We'll take that as a resounding no.
You know, it's like in Spanish when you're spelling something, and they're like, is that B as in Barcelona or B as in Valencia?
Wait,
What?
you spell Valencia with a B?
No, it's just they sound so similar that Spain is like, oh, Trudy Lou Who.
That's
Oh,
interesting.
another piece of heart.
I got a pizza heart. Now I really want pizza. But it's
Good.
like 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, I've definitely misheard that. Because you said, but it's 11 o'clock at night. At first, I thought you said, I'll have to settle for a cock tonight.
Well, I mean...
Mighty meaty. It's like,
I mean, it takes a whole new meaning to the phrase meat feast.
we had the same idea.
And yes, I am still the innocent one. Shush, Alex.
No.
Someone just drank something in Minecraft. That's what that sounded like.
I'm trying to contain my laughter.
And you see, that
Aye.
that was trying to be Minecraft, but it came out as... you all remember that video of someone at 3 AM playing a level from the Insane trilogy, but all of it was just dubbed out loud rather than instead of... Like, it was the guy, like, scat-singing the music, but then also, like, having to stop doing that in order to breathe and also do the sound effects.
I think so. Have you been playing any more Overcooked?
Some slightly. My mother is getting used to it.
Is your father improving on the Overcooked, or is he just as bad as he was that time?
I haven't invited him into my kitchen.
No.
We, like, when I went over to Tessa's, I brought over my Switch, and we played Overcooked 2, and we invited Philly G and his father to play with us, and they were...
Terrible. Illegally bad.
You are not allowed to be bad at my video game.
Exactly.
To be fair, Philly G had played the game before, but it's just like he's used to, like...
It being acceptable to suck?
Well, I mean, when we play Overcooked, it's usually me, him, and my sister, and my sister's like, right, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, we'll stick to this plan, and it usually works.
Wow, I cook up a do bat! But
And I'm just...
I relate though, because like, your sister reminds me of me in that and only that regard. But like, the difference
and
is...
the love of Japanese language, of course.
Arigato.
Oh, smoky butt.
Of course I have a hot butt. But yeah, the only difference is your sister has the lady breasts to actually tell people what to do, whereas I'm just like, it's obvious, you just do the thing, don't make me tell you what to do.
Yeah.
Are you going to be
what you're
okay?
saying is... So basically what you're saying is that Philly G responds to breasts.
I mean, to be fair, so does Alex.
I have boobs, you must obey.
That is a mental image I did not need, Alex!
Knock knock, get the door, it's the boobs of motivation.
I have the boobs of motivation. They just don't work on me. They don't motivate me to get out of bed, it just works on Tess, and that makes me sad, and it will probably
Do they work on me
Alex.
though?
Yes. It got you out of bed, didn't it?
I mean, not the way that was intended by the developers. This just in, breasts make me no clip.
It'll probably work on Alex, because Alex sees boob, falls in love.
Oh, whoa.
Is she wrong though? You know, tit and fall, grab boob, fall over.
Yeah.
Honk.
One letter off video games, such as this, the Wind Wanker. Wherever the wind is blowing, he will be jerking. What?
What?
You moaned and then I died.
Not intentionally, but okay. It's like you were saying earlier. Like, if there was just a Eurovision song called Earth, then we'd have the full set.
But the thing is, if I were to say the name of that Eurovision song that means wind in Armenian, then Alex would definitely mishear it.
Yeah.
A what?
But then everything changed when the Fuego Nation attacked.
But yeah. Kami.
I know the song you're referring to, and even I'm giggling.
Such children.
I used to work with children. What's his experience?
Why would that make you think of children? That's the one thing you don't want near children. Don't
What
fart on
thing?
children.
Anywho, like when I saw that when I saw that comment though, I was just like, isn't there a song called Earth? And then I was just like,
Well, there's 3
No.
minutes to Earth.
no, my brain was thinking of Marte.
Ah, wrong planet.
My brain was thinking, Marte. That's Mars. You know,
Oh.
the song I thought was about a chocolate bar.
Or Tuesday. Because it's one letter off Tuesday. Ooh, look how purple it is.
Ooh!
Oh, wow.
Wait, that killed it.
What's this?
The
This just-
long boy.
This just in, stabbing people in the face tends to kill them.
You've only just realized this in your 24 years of existence.
Stabbed in the face. Stabbed in the face. Stabbed in the face.
Carl, that kills people.
Oh, what are you stand again?
I got a bloopy.
Boat nectar. Some of God's tears. I don't remember the rest of that.
Oh, the fiery boy.
Oh no, I just remembered something I saw many ago, and it's unfortunate.
Ooh!
It's cursed. It is very cursed. So you know the Pokemon Glaceon?
Yes.
Yeah.
What with it being an ice type and all,
Yeah.
some poor fool had drawn a Glaceon pleasuring itself using a, well, what Americans would call a popsicle. Like one of those perfectly cylindrical ones. So it just goes right up in there. As I said, it's fucking cursed.
And on that note,
Yes? But how could you possibly... Are you yes-anding me on cursed porn?
what? And on that note, I feel like it's time to go.
Talk about Netflix and chill.
It's the time. It's 9:45. Time to have a bath.
What do you mean? We're already clean! Scrub, scrub, scrub till the water's
Scrub
brown.
till the water's brown. I should probably go to sleep, but knowing you two together.
Oh yeah, shit's gonna go down.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it's been a hot minute since we've been on a voice call together anyway, so... shenanigans will ensue.
Shit's going to go down. I
Yeah.
should hope so when you're on the toilet.
I'm not on the well, Alex might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meow.
I've been stoned.
You've been stoned?
Nerd.
Haba haba zoot zoot.
It's been a long time since I've been on a voice call with Stripey Strippy Boy either.
It's because he never comes on voice calls anymore. Like he hasn't even now.
Then who is this with?
Then who was
Then who was phone?
Bwah!
What is the meaning of life? Dude, shut up! Really a fine moment from Alex.
Human, those are polynomials. You just ordered a never-ending curve of tomatoes.
Curve of tomatoes.
Wow, several has in a row.
Mary.
She is an good girl, if incredibly stupid.
Oh, well.
Yes, I mean, Mary has known of my existence for 6 years now, and she's still wary of my existence, but is happy to be around Philly G, even though she's only known him for about 2 years.
Now that I could explain.
Is it because I'm a bit wary of Cat?
No, it's because she's a fluffy sack of nipples, and she'll be like, "You smell of man. You'll do." May I remind you of that time where I was dying when I went to work for the first time? Like, not because work specifically, but just because, like, for my first week of work, for that job I no longer have, I had this really vicious sickness for the first week I was there, and so at one point I came home, just sort of passed out on the bed, and she got up onto the bed next to me, sort of nuzzled me a bit, sniffed a bit, licked my armpit, and then decided to sit with me.
Why your armpit?
Because
That's
that's where the flavor is.
Yes.
Oh,
because-
so she's into that now.
Apparently. Because
yes,
essentially,
because-
it was like, looks like human, smells like human, tastes like human, is human. I'm just checking my beep boop, and by that I mean...
My sack.
Nutsack?
My sack. I don't know what you're checking. I can't check. I can't have Discord and your Twitch stream open in the same thing because I'm on my phone. And that's because the computer is in the lounge. Billy G is watching a film.
Over deck with you.
What?
Plunge unto the moisture!
Are you telling Alex to stick it in the butt?
I mean, that wasn't the intention, but he can take away from it what he will.
Ooh, another hardy boy.
Yeah.
I should go to bed.
You've been saying this several times now, so why don't you?
Because she anticipates having another TAPD.
Because I haven't had one of those in a while.
And I'm sure we've given you plenty of ammunition.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I am sat on my bed, so I'm halfway there, lizard and a pear.
Lesbians in deck chairs. Where's the hole?
I would do that as my thing, but I can't use the lesbian flag on the Hex Vision Discord thingy.
Yeah, cut away the bushes so you can find the hole.
I mean, be careful what you wish for, sir, because as memory serves, were you not the one who just one day spontaneously decided to just completely shave your entire body for some reason?
I need to know
I
more
plead
about
the
this
fifth.
now.
He's
Damn it.
basically confessed.
Why am I yaying that?
Because sometimes all you need is one nut.
Alex, you do questionable things. And I love you for it.
Oh, that reminds me of
Oh dear.
That reminds me of the time the one picture you shared. I compared to looking like one of the Blue Man Group.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
That was a right laugh.
As opposed to a left laugh, which is more like,
You know, because
Uh-huh.
of course I'm the right breast because Heather's a no. Of course I'm the left breast because Heather's a right tit.
the boobs of friendship, the breasts of houses, the
You-
mustard
you
on my
said that
teeth.
Yes, because you were wearing a bra, and in your bra were the boobs of friendship.
Which is a thought you couldn't get out without dying of laugh.
And you would know this how?
Wait, what?
Why is everything hard?
Not what I thought you was gonna say. I thought you
Penus?
was going to say, why is everything hard?
Both arms, both legs, and both nipples.
What?
I feel like I'm in a safe enough position to leave you two alone while I go to sleep.
That's your call to make.
Think.
In the meantime, I'm going to fly to the Tower of the Gods, which doesn't exist yet. Because I've never seen anyone on Randomizer actually do this, but yeah, I only have Furrow's Pearl at the moment, so the Tower of the Gods just isn't here.
Yep, I'm safe. Okay, so night.
Are you now?
Alex!
Markiplier's uterus.
Jacksepticeye, the Tessex in the fucking room? What?
Hello?
What?
Mr. Obama?
Yep.
Penus.
So night, I shall speak to Tess in the... Well, not immediately in the morning, but when the next day hath arrived, I shall speak to you at some point.
Consider it a threat and a promise.
And Alex, I'll just see you whenever. Because I just have to... Yeah. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye, try not to die. Well, she's gone.
Oh.
Ooh. They have green tongues. I wonder if they taste like apples.
Oh, I remember these guys. They have a special reaction to getting stabbed in the butt.
That they do. I was
Great
hoping...
quote.
What?
Done.
Wait, that's... What? Who?
Hi.
Oh!
Oh, it's Joth.
So,
It's
Laura left and then was immediately replaced by a alligator.
knockoff Laura. Hi, it's me.
And so, in spite of everything, it's still you. No, we still have 3 ultimates on the call. I got the hook shoot! I am hook shook. You are a good omen.
Oh, I got the springy boy.
Boing.
Congratulations on being uploaded into a video game.
Thabg.
Welcome to the digital space.
Now I will never die.
Well, be careful if you die in the game.
But I already died once. Luckily, as
Oh,
a lion,
wow.
as a lion, I am a feline. And as a feline, I must have 9 lives, so I can die 8 more times before it becomes real.
Before it becomes a
But
problem.
Tess, don't you know that people who die are killed?
People die when they are killed. Oh, trying to perfect that
God, are
anime
they?
gasp.
Bastard oat.
Bastard oats?
Sure.
Let's go with that.
I'm being
Sure,
attacked by
that one.
helicopters. They sound like razor blades. The ones that go. That's the wrong button.
Oh, those look like rude helicopters.
They are. Yeah. Like, you know, you tell them there's a $20 price limit on Secret Santa gifts, and then they turn up with something from the dollar store.
Shaw.
It's funny because I once bought someone a book for like a Secret Santa gift exchange thing, and now they keep recommending Chinese food to me on Amazon.
You know,
On
as you do.
Amazon? Chinese food on Amazon?
Well, it was a book about Chinese food.
Okay, that's
That
more reasonable. I thought you were like, is Amazon delivering Chinese takeout now, or are we just like going to, just like, all right, well, time to go to Amazon.com for all of my god. This is turning too much into a reality capitalism nightmare, and I don't like it. Never mind.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Where's your boat?
I found my boat, but then I got knocked
Oh,
out
good.
by a rude helicopter again.
Oh, Shaw. Not nice.
Am I even going the right way? Surprisingly, I am. Ah, there's another one! Oh. Now, what am I aiming for here? Because I have a tracker that can't be seen. Okay, I just need to murder some people. So how's your day going?
You know, as you do.
Me? Medium.
Cook it for a bit
Medium
longer.
rare.
Oh, cook it for a bit longer, you'll have a well done day.
Thank you. I'm glad that we both somehow ended up with the same joke there in opposite directions.
Well, I don't believe in anything less than well done. The meat doesn't exist until it's been cooked.
Actually, true. I cannot
Hello?
eat anything that isn't well done. I don't want it.
I don't even understand the snobbery. It's like, just want them to cook food, dang. Oh no, I heard a wizard appearing, and not the happy fun time, which is impressive because these wizards are birds, and birds are usually a happy fun time.
That's true. Birds are enjoyable.
This boy is on fire.
And it's yellow fire as well, so you know it's extra picante.
Yum.
You know, El Nino is Spanish for the Nino.
Sometimes you gotta.
Haha.
These guys, I love when you hit them and they're like, fuck!
And then they die and they're like, woo! Because honestly, same.
You just gotta do a wiggle. You gotta wiggle a little bit. Frustration.
Another fucking treasure chest! I got a blue rupee earlier, so of course I had to scream at that. But we haven't had the legendary goopy yet, so things could be worse than they are.
Goopy.
Oh, what?
Goopy.
Of course that gets Alex's attention.
Goopy.
You know, a green rupee. Well, you know, not to be confused with a poopy, which is worth 50.
I do always appreciate when there's any game that you can get a green rupee in a chest, so it'll like give you a summary of a green rupee.
I was so thrilled.
And like spirit tracks. Yeah.
I was so thrilled when I discovered that you could do that in Majora's Mask.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I think it's literally just sometimes you get it from the post box if you use the postman's hat, but it's something.
It's very good. I just like that. Like, oh, if you collect enough of them, you can maybe buy something. Like, it's so patronizing.
Like, I prefer it when it's like that, rather than when it's like full out sarcastic. Like, I would rather have, you got 1 rupee, good for you, as opposed to like, you got 1 rupee, don't spend it all in one place. Like, okay, boomer.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you might have been able to rent a house in downtown Manhattan with this back in the day.
You know, to be fair, if you came into, the real world and you had a couple of green rupees, they'd probably be worth something.
Yeah, you could put them up for auction and people would be like, thank you!
Bye!
Specifically, capitalism. Because bye.
But,
Selly, selly, bye bye.
Wow.
I'm just checking. There's buttons and there's golf and a cave.
Eh.
Okay. I clicked incorrectly. All of my windows went to
Is
space.
everything alright?
Oh, I see
Never.
it, paused for a sec on stream. Oh boy.
I'm disappointed that none of the furries have come to watch this stream. What do I pay them for? Well, artwork, actually. And as for my involvement with the lewd cosplay, that I will not comment on.
No.
It occurs to me now that Joth wasn't here when we had that conversation.
Would I want to be?
Probably not.
Reasonable assumption.
There exists a drawing of my persona attempting a cosplay, only to realize, wait a minute, this character doesn't wear pants.
Nice.
Nice cock.
Thank you, Shadow the Hedgehog. And that character, leave it like that the first time round. Just something brings the yard to the furries. But I mean, hey, what makes you assume that furries don't like milkshakes? That in itself sounds like a Cards Against Humanity card. Why don't furries like milkshakes? A windmill full of corpses. ... Bees? Why do the birds
Furries
sound
like
this?
milkshakes. It's because any adult animal is lactose intolerant.
It's odd but true. Oh, wait a minute! That wasn't there before. I just found the shield on the tracker. I stared at it for a full couple of seconds when I got the mirror shield, and it wasn't even there. The sea looks like coffee.
It does not. It definitely doesn't. What are you talking about?
I'm using my imagination and putting milk in the coffee.
Oh, it actually is much browner now.
I
But,
got
Are you okay?
Well, yes, but also no. Because, like, peep this. Okay, so it's the boomerang, but it's my hat! My hat is a boomerang!
Oh, well.
So now I can be like, okay, boomer, and then throw a boomerang, but the boomerang is a hat, so I'll be like, okay, hat.
Have any other items been changed like that?
Well, not everything's been changed to look like my hat, but, to give the full rundown of what to expect.
now, when the protagonist of Avatar: The Last Airbender becomes very old, would... I'm not finishing the sentence.
Well done.
You're welcome.
But anyway, to give the full and complete rundown of items what have been changed on this here randomizer. So, obviously, Link has been replaced with me. I am the hero. But also,
Alright.
also the
As it
regular...
should be.
But of course. The regular shield was changed to look kind of like Steven Universe Future shield times. You know, the thing that... Spoiler. And then there was death.
I see.
And then the mirror shield is my logo, and I've not seen it yet, but hopefully the reflection that it causes will also be my logo, hopefully. The Deku Leaf is the flag of Antarctica, unless I'm flying with it, in which case it's the flag of San Marino instead. The boomerang is my hat. The bombs were changed to look like the bombs from Billy Hatcher, because I use those a lot in that game, just specifically to murder my mother. The hammer has been changed into the broom from Anodyne.
Ooh.
Lovely.
And I think that's everything. Also, why am I just being garbage at golf all of a sudden? You know, I have golf, I have my friends. Where are my millions of subscribers from playing golf with my friends? There we go.
Where's your ultimate golf?
Where's my chicken horse?
Get in on that ultimate golf!
Ah!
So, stuff like the power bracelets and the iron boots weren't changed?
Nah. Which is a bit of an oversight on my part, I recognize. Because at the time I was thinking, what should I change? And then... I picked the things that I said.
Good choices.
Yee. But really, the main thing that I had in mind from the outset was character model, hat, and maybe shield, and then I just sort of splurged all over the place.
Tee.
Sir.
Yes?
Meow. He's been like this all evening. I'm almost surprised that he's not turned... Sorry, I started this train of thought in my head. I'm almost surprised that the guy who made the models hasn't turned up to watch the stream, because I know he's super proud of them. Maybe he just doesn't know, you know? Because it's like, sometimes you know, but then when you don't know, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I might have missed the post or whatever.
Yeah. Also, like, before this stream started, like, this hour was supposed to start a half and a stream before it did. But then, like, this was supposed to be streamed on YouTube, but then YouTube just completely shat the bed, and now here we are.
Huh. That's not very nice of it.
It's very uncouth.
It will.
Heebles and various Beebles DB.
That sounds questionable.
Eh.
That really heebles my beebles.
It's a one-winged moth jolt. Ah, now it's not alive at all.
Really horrible is my morbles.
That really turgles.
Just end of sentence.
I got the Forbidden Tingle statue. The statue of the Forbidden Tingle.
It's covered in sticky sap.
Oh god, I just realised how awful that sounds when it's... Like, I already knew that the
God.
sticky sap was a bit questionable, but the fact that... The Forbidden Tingle.
Oh, it's so much.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, well, it sounds like... Ah, no! My boat is running away from me because of the helicopter. Just, Alex, do you need to get changed?
Well, I mean, after the forbidden tingle.
Wait.
Oh,
What?
I just remembered. Is there stuff to be gotten from using the grappling hook to pull up treasure from the ocean?
There is not. I turned it off because ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff. Wait, that was a different guy. Am I getting my memes confused?
My name's Jeff.
Okay. But yeah, to reiterate, amidst all of this,
Meanwhile,
I had originally planned to record a custom voice pack for this as well, but I didn't know how, so I didn't. Anyway, go on.
Valid.
and now you're shooting yourself into wood.
Oh. I need to engage in hand-to-hand combat.
Better hope they don't fist you.
Sir!
Oh boy. Oh golly. Oh gee. Oh wow. Oh boy. Wowie gee. Golly gosh.
Now that really heebles my bee.
Just your bee? Where the fuck did your bee go?
Tax evasion.
Oh, gets them all.
Jimmy's status rustled.
As opposed to Jimmy Bungo, who, as you know. Oh, this is here. You know, Jimmy Bungo dropped the poo-poo, pictured in Stardew Valley. I don't like floor masters.
Valid. I don't like any kind of masters of anything in Zeldas.
Well,
If you tell me you're good at something, fuck you.
strong words from the ultimate programmer.
Yep.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, I went the wrong way. Everything's sad forever. I need to start a legal proceeding that takes at least 2 months. Cheese Masters. Oh. I had accidentally ahead. Like 90% of my shots are missing. Oh, I got grabbed by the goo goo. All I wanted was a stick.
Oh, you got pulled into the hole.
Why does this happen every time we're on a call? You know, I go out looking for sticks and I come back in the hole. Stop this. This is... everything's terrible. You, get your hand off me. Yeah, that's what happens to hands that go a-wandering. Unless they're Canadian, at which point, I mean, legally, I can't. You know, it's like, legally, you have to give me an egg. That's just, it's just how it goes. What?
Yeah.
Meow. Okay, so that one's the wrong one. This one's probably also wrong. You, I will stab you until you die, and then probably a few more times for good measure.
That's not very polite.
Well, neither is forcing holes upon me.
Were they forced?
One of them was.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No. Burning
Meow
deodorant.
at me.
Is this the one? It's not. There's still more. Yeah.
Hee
Ooh. 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 And I'm like, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. What's going on? I have seen a version of that, except it's the king from the CDI Zelda games. So that's good.
Lovely.
And also, I want to say it was this morning? Oh! That someone made a version of Mambo Number 5, except it's Michael Rosen. And it's excellent.
But why Mumbo?
Oh. Pokemon Coliseum. Oh, Peter. Oh. Okay, so where is this time? How much in the world money does it cost? You can buy a shirt that says that.
5.
Oh. I'm not even self-promoting, like literally the Smosh people have around on their game show What Are Those? And it's called that. How much in the world money does it cost?
Excellent.
It is. Is this the right hole? No!
In this hole, you only found sadness.
That's true of many holes. I thought I gained enlightenment, but it turns out that actually I didn't think anything at all. Do you ever just mistake the absence of thought for a thought unto itself? Because, truly, what is the absence of... Can you be absent of thought? Or is the lack of thought in itself a method of thinking?
I think that no. If you're not... if you're not thinking, I don't think you're thinking. would be my answer to that.
If you're not thinking, I don't think you're thinking.
Yeah.
But in saying that, you're saying that you don't think.
If you're not thinking, I don't think. No, I mean,
Oh.
Probably the only way to not be thinking is to, is like, okay, it depends on how high of a function. Sorry, you've turned on this reflex, and now I'm going to legitimately discuss it.
Please do.
Well, I guess it depends, like, how high of a function of thought that you're thinking, right? Because if it's like, if you mean, just like any amount of thought, like you could consider just the basic process of like some, you know, single-celled organism figuring out, like, knowing that it eats something and like has this super basic process happening to be like thought in like a super basic form where it's like everything is emulated as it gets larger, where like your whole body is made of cells and they're all like kind of emulating the small process on a large scale. So like if the which doesn't answer your question at all. I think the answer to your question is the only way to not be having any kind of thought on any basic level would be to be dead. If like even if you're asleep and not dreaming, you would have like some kind of thought where it's like the basic process of like breathing or something is, I think, still connected to your, you know, nervous system, connected to your brain. I have no idea.
You have opened my world. Also,
You're so welcome.
I was going to say, hey, look at this black and blue big octo, but its eyes are black and blue and its body is yellow and gold. Bear in mind, this was randomized. The game had
Depends, I
no.
don't know where this is going.
The game had no way of doing this deliberately.
Hey!
Memes. Like that one time that I forget who it was, but someone did like a sort of YouTube poopery of Steven Universe, and the main thing that I remember is, what's the use of feeling blue, except it's just Yellow Diamond going, what's the use of memes? Implying, of course, that Blue Diamond knows these things. She's withholding meme information, which is just typical of a gem with an Irish accent.
That being the defining quality of withholding memes.
Yes. Well, I just killed an octopus with my hat. So the day's going great. I walk down the basement, I'm holding a red cup. You've seen movies.
Oh, John Mulaney.
Tip's hat, Mulaney. Oh! I got bombs. That went well. I just clicked that and suddenly just my entire tracker just explodes with euphoria.
Bombs!
Bombs? I will no longer have to
Now
come
you
back
can
when I'm a little
explode in
richer.
several places.
Oh, it's like the melon. You know?
A what?
So, like, wait a minute. I was gonna go over there, but I can go over here now. So, like, you know, there's the
Yeah, alright.
on, I want to say it's on, like, a PlayStation game. And I know it's a Digimon game. But, there's an item in that that's just... All I remember is it's some type of melon, and the item description is good for many things. And that's all it says.
Yeah.
It sure is.
Okay, Dino, go and sleep in Croatian. Well, that was easy. I've seen people struggle with that so much, I just turn up and just... And now I can go into the cave. The outset butt crack, if you will.
Yeah, I think that's the fastest I've seen anyone do that.
That's the fastest I've seen myself do that. And others as well. And it was a required noodle. You know, when you have a compulsory snake. I forgot what snakes were called. I was so wrapped up in them being noodles that I forgot that they were snakes.
A danger noodle.
A nope rope.
Rope snake.
Snectar. That's a very inside joke.
Yeah.
Meow.
Very Marco
Also,
Polo
I noticed
of you guys.
bombs. Also, I noticed bombs are yellow now.
Oh, they're more than that. You'll see. You'll all see. Ha 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 ha.
You can't make me.
You can't buy me a hot dog, man. I forget what the actual
Don't
quote
hot
is.
my dogs.
What about medium dogs? They can talk to ghosts.
I want them well done.
Oh,
We've established this.
oh, they're all holding my bombs. This is a delight, even though I can't
jeez.
see anything.
Visions all over the place.
I could barely see a thing.
So many mice exploding all over the place. This is a furry orgy.
Meow. I love how, like, even, like, when they're a pick-upable item, the bombs still use the custom model. That's just a delight.
Yum.
Ah! Yeah, that's how you walk.
That's how you explode a rat.
Oh. Well, I mean, I was born in the year of the rat. Which means I'm apparently prone to spend freely, and judging by sometimes there's money, and it does.
The one time you bought 175 dice.
I still have them. To be fair, they're polyhedral dice, so they come in sets of 7 anyway. But, like, who would have thought that 175 was divisible by 7? Fucking wild. Which reminds me, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the number, but there's a number that's 1, 13 consecutive zeros, 666, 13 consecutive zeros, 1, and that is a prime number.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Huh.
I hate that this is true.
What's the number of zeros after the first one?
13.
Okay.
So it's considered to be like this super unlucky number because it's got 666 in the middle, it's got 2 sets of 13 zeros, it's a palindrome, and it's a prime.
Belphegor's Prime.
Is that you? Did you just look it up, or is it
No, I just looked it up.
Ah.
I just typed the number.
That would explain why you asked.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there was just a free chest on this platform the entire time. Like, I always think that the Big Fairy Big Octo is, like, either by Headstone Island or possibly by this reef, and if it is, that's not the one I thought it was. And also, I believe they're called Cargo Rocks? Even though their king is the Helberrock King. The bird enemies, anyway. Like, compared to their usual palette, they just look like they just completed Super Mario World. Which I know is a really specific thing to say, but, like, the way the palette changes in that game when you win. Ah! I fell! There's so much slowdown going on that, like, their cries are getting all sort of choppy and distorted, so it just straight up sounds like a Billie Eilish record up in here. And that's not even necessarily a criticism. Though I do prefer Melanie Martinez, but that's just me. You know, because all pop music by people who are female identifying and their music is slightly sad or pensive clearly is comparable to each other. Obviously, you know, everything is the same.
Yeah. If you can find at least one common trait between two things, they're the same thing.
Obvious.
That's why everything is one.
Yeah. And the fact that two things are in themselves things means they're the same thing, because they both fall into the category of existing.
Hey. Only two things exist, everything and nothing doesn't exist, so it's only everything.
Whoa.
Okay.
And it turns out that the Big Octo is next to Three Eye Reef, it's just up here. I'm always wrong about where it is. I'm sure it changes its mind regularly.
Is that the one that extends your pee-pee?
Ordinarily, yes. And somehow, I missed it. Like, it's right
Good
here.
job.
It's right here, and I somehow sailed past it.
Good job.
Thank you. I was being sarcastic. Well, I stole your face.
Don't.
Oh, I missed. How do you lose a giant fucking octopus? Not like this, apparently, because I found birds. And amongst the birds, where the Hadoos amongst, there is a... this.
There is this.
There's this fashionable child with white and gold eyes and black and blue skin. I'm relevant.
I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Who gave you permission to not be dead after all that? There we go. Release the inner soul. And by that I mean you swallowed a fairy somehow. Relinquish her. Ta-da! And the prize is something underwhelming, probably?
Would you prefer it be overwhelming?
It's money!
Money! My favorite food!
Wait, what?
My favorite food!
Wait, you have preferences? And fuck it, since we're in the local. Every wrong button until I find the right one. I should be doing the reefs now that I have bombs, and also the leaf, but... reef.
Sabubby.
You know, Tinkus Dink American Sink. Wait, hang on, how am I... Why am I fool? I need nobody this way. I must find... Because there are two puzzles here, and I can solve them both, and one of them will finally reveal unto me whether or not my mirror can shine with my logo. Which sounds like a bullshit Tesseranto phrase, but for once...
Oh, since you have bombs, can't you get two things at two of the fairy islands?
I believe so? And then, I think... So there's 5 altogether. Obviously, plus the big octo and the one on... there's the one I just got, the one on Outset Island, and the Grand Fairy, but like we been knew about them. So, apart from those, there's... Okay, so Thorned Fairy Island I know needs the hammer. There's one that you get for free, which I think I've already got. There'll be one that takes bombs differently, and I think possibly one that is the hammer, but for a different reason. Because one of them has like 1 hammer switch and one has like 3, and I think that's their big defining characteristic.
Huh.
I know stuff about games. I am a smart chicken. Despite,
Hell yeah.
Despite not being a chicken.
Smart cheek.
Ah, but can I beam?
Meanwhile, this is a...
But
Meanwhile, this is a good amount of blocks. So are we playing Catherine in here?
Oh, okay. Wait a minute! Niels, you just spoke blasphemy! But, it took me a moment to realize that you said Catherine, because for some reason I was expecting Helltaker, even though that sounds nothing like.
like, just complete different. Okay, very good.
Despite it sounding fucking nothing like the other.
Well, you know, the man needs his information syrup. You know, because pancakes. Oh. Is that the noise you have in your mind whenever you say slump tilde musical note?
Mew.
So you know that thing that happens where you have a cat and then you like introduce it to a toothbrush and it's like brrrr? That's basically just what goes on between us, but all the time.
Haha, friends go brr.
It do be like that.
Ooh,
Wow.
the goopy boy.
And you know. Away with you.
Talk about an electrifying experience.
Did you say objectifying?
I said electrifying.
Just encounters a blue choo-choo. Hippity hoppity, you are my property. Oh man.
Yoy!
Hoya! And now back to my home place so that I can fly using a flag and then fall into a hole where a special woman is waiting for me.
Sounds like a good time to me.
Well, it would.
No.
I do miss the days where we would all just get onto a call like this, so I'm glad this is a thing that's happening.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm glad you invited us.
And
Mew.
I feel like this is supposed to be the point in the stream where I have this big sort of learning and redemption arc where I'm like, you see, Tess, you shouldn't have given up on the stream after all, as taught by someone with a vaguely Celtic accent. Because, like, earlier on, just YouTube was just diarrhea, and I just gave up on the whole stream because it was supposed to be this big magic surprise that, hey, look, I'm in the game, and like the stream worked just enough to spoil the surprise, and then everything went to hell in a handbasket.
Oh no.
They didn't even give me my handbasket back in the end. Like, I need that to carry things, like potatoes or apples, or the skulls of my enemies.
Potatoes. Sorry.
One of these things is not like the other.
What was that middle one? Apples? I lose my shit on jokes like that. Where, like, it's... there's four things, and one of them's really, like, it stands out for worrying reasons. And then they're like, what was that middle one?
Like, what did you just say?
And then they just repeat the really innocuous middle one.
No, the other one, it's like another different one.
I turned too soon. The hole is the next one.
No.
Finally, my own opportunity to raise and plant. A bomb from Billy Hatcher, but with much smaller eyes. Because that's what they are. That's what they're meant to be. They're yellow because they're Billy Hatcher bombs, and they have little sort of chick beaks and eyes. And they will, in theory, follow you around and then explode. Much like a Canadian that I know.
Mew.
Fun fact, did you know the person who made these models is also Canadian?
Oh, wow.
His persona is a pangolin, but only sometimes. Oh. The rest of the time, he's this sort of red shapeshifty thing, and his head is a cube with only one eye. Kinda scary, to be honest. I prefer his pangolin form.
Oh, you got the protective skin suit.
Now there's a thought. I'm gonna save just in case it crashes the game somehow. But
Man, that really crashes my games.
does it fit? Weirdly, yes. Apart from it has like the floppy part of the hat, but apart from that, it fits. So there we go.
Yeah.
I've always found it weird where here and in Hyrule, there's just this random... Like, the music isn't even music, it's just everything's silent, except every now and then... Bum, bum. Bum, bum. And, like, that's it. That's the music. It sets a mood, but I don't know what the mood is. Now, I swear there is some sort of treasure in here, but everything else is like, nah, mate, there isn't. Well, there's a room full of pots and barrels and boxes on the wall and mushrooms, and then you fall down and there's like a man and a wife and a child and then a spare child, and they're both asleep. Which two, only you can decide. Also, I have a really aggressive headcanon that I have held for years. Ooh, postbox, distracting me from my headcanon. Oh, it's because I got bombs. And my prize
Bombs?
now that I'm back from the fairy fountain, they've given me a bottle!
I have a nice headcanon I've had for years, but it only works when I'm in skeletal form and can remove my head.
Thanks, I hate it.
Please continue.
Okay, so this patch of trees right here, this patch of trees right here, this lot of trees, this whole conglomerate of trees that's up against the wall, like this entire area, just this whole lot here, everything that's on screen at the moment, all these trees right here, right, okay? Are you
Yeah,
with
those
me?
trees.
Right. So,
Yeah.
you know how in this game, for whatever reason, Link is brought up by his grandmama, and his sister Ariel is implied to be much younger. So there may have been a period where she wasn't alive because she was younger. I don't know. But bear in mind those trees exist. And then I'm going to go up here and then... I forget which sign it is. Is it this sign? Yeah, okay. So there's a sign there that's like, over this way is the Forest of Fairies, because there is a fairy that lives there, funnily enough. And,
Okay.
And then further up here as well, I believe the sign says is dangerous? Okay, no. Okay. I don't know how early in time this path is established to be fully dangerous, but it's a thing. So there's the Forest of Fairies. That's a known part of Outset Island culture. That's an important thing to remember when remembering those trees. And this sign, is the sign involved? Okay, no, that sign has nothing to do with it, but... So, two important things. There's a load of trees over there.
Yep.
Link was a child once, and important point number 3, Forest of Fairies. I imagine that, like, Link, as a child, and his grandmother would, like, play pretend in those trees, and that they would play Forest of Fairies. Like, they would pretend that those trees are the fairy forest.
Cute.
And, like, that's so sweet, and it completely just ruins my heart, and I don't know why. I just, like, I get these feelings sometimes, and I don't know how to deal with them.
That is very cute. I love that.
Yeah, I bet y'all were expecting some sort of weird, lewd euphemism or something, but no, it's something that is so wholesome that I can't.
It's very sweet.
I always found those bug boys like kind of creepy. Like this game's undeads aren't, or redeads really aren't that bad. It's just, but those bug boys just really creep me out.
See, I think they're sort of halfway towards being cute, whereas the redeads in this game are, I think, on a relative scale, they're the scariest redeads have ever been.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because, like, they scream! They don't just go, ah! They go, ah! And then they grab you and they hump you to death and they're all angry and stuff.
Don't like that.
Yeah, big same.
Stranger danger.
Screamy weemy hump jump the pumpy. How do you speak English? And then there's sad music and this fucks me up too. Grandma, please just take my fairy. I'm beginning to suspect I may have been adopted in this family. Who is that boy in the photo on your counter?
Who is that other boy?
It turns out that I am just the product of some sort of cultural exchange with the furry world, and they just forgot to come back for me, so... Meanwhile, there's this parallel universe where regular Link is just in this world full of furries, and he's just like, well, guess this is my life now. And that's the origin story of Wolf Link.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's soup!
Ooh, soupy.
Soup, super tasty soup, super spicy carrot and coriander, a chili chowder, crouton, crunchy friends in liquid broth. I am gazpacho. Oh, I am a summer soup. Oh, miso, fighting in the dojo. Miso, Oriental prince in the land of soup.
Who are you?
Well, at this point, I'm extinct. I am dead, you have deceased me. I am no longer alive.
What that got such a reaction? This impulse goof.
Clip that.
Hoo-wee.
Who are you and what have you done?
Okay, Discord went weird there, and all that came out was, who are you and what are you, S? Like you answered your own question, assuming the answer was a letter of the alphabet.
Oh no, I was thinking of the meme of the dog looking in the mirror. I think Casey Green's.
Yeah. I know the one.
Oh, explode that boy.
Where did that other test come from? Who was he?
And why does he... Why is he bald? Is he a fucking Sphinx cat or something? And funny thing
Maybe.
is, of the various models that come packaged with the randomizer, because it does come with a few other models that are just there by default, one of them is, quote, furry Link, unquote, and it's not that impressive, to be honest.
Oh, what?
This makes me think that if...
Oh, a full heart.
Yeah. You could call it a heart-on, but then that wouldn't be accurate at all. Now, what's over there? Ooh.
She hearts at me.
Reminds me of Ninja Sex Party Heart Boner.
Oh no!
An affection erection, if you will.
Exactly.
But yeah, at some point, it would be nice if as many of us as can be fathomed of Life Planet were to get together and do like an Ocarina of Time multi-world randomizer or something. But I don't know if the rest of y'all are actually like with the game enough to be able to do that. And that's not me trying to be judgy. That's like randomizers are hard if you're not good at the if you're not like already elite pro at the base game.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever finished any Zelda games that were not originally created for the DS.
Fair enough.
Which are easy ones.
They are underrated. I will give.
They are underrated. I think they are. I think that they are good games. I also think that in the scheme of things, that I'm pretty sure they're like easier.
Probably.
But yeah.
I love how.
Hey, I've never beaten any Sonic game fully besides Sonic Rush.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I mean, only reason I've beaten Sonic Advance 3, but like getting the Chaos Emeralds in that game is a bitch.
It is. Did I? Even though I planted plenty of bombs around the perimeter, did I still not get them all? Because I was gonna say, if these bombs didn't have like a fuse on them, it would just be hilarious to like pause time and admire the fact that I just pressed the wrong button. That I just like planted a perfect 8-sided circle of these, like, headless well, the heads of headless chickens, all just sort of staring at this wooden pillar. Because, like, they'd all be, like, front-facing, but towards the same front. How did I miss so many of them? It's illegal. It's unfair. I'm calling house. House! It turns out this is actually a game of bingo the entire time.
I'm just calling. Just someone hands random phone just starts ringing. Just like, who are you? Why are you calling?
Or like that time that... Oh my god, I don't remember his name. Is it Mr. Hayden? The one who did Bahonka Squee?
What?
You know, the guy who does the things, and he's like, beep beep,
The
it's
guy who does the things. How specific.
beep,
Beep,
beep
beep.
ding dong, it's time for comics.
Beep beep McGee.
Well, I know one time, like, because he always tweets in block capitals, it's kind of hilarious. He tweeted, I forget the exact wording, but something to the effect of, I just tried to open my house with my car keys. Was I going to take the house for a drive? Beep beep ding dong. I love that image, and the fact that it's in all capitals somehow just makes it even better. Anyway, I'm going to go and fight the foot.
No.
Just a foot.
Yeah. Just, it rises up out of the sea, like, foot first, then so, like, it's upside down, but, like, you know.
The Monty Python foot.
Yeah, why not? She's not fighting the foot, Stephen. Right, now, where's Tabitha Al Dente? Well, actually, I say that, but actually the first culprit of Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright is Olivia Al Dente. And she gets hit in the face by a fish. But at least she didn't murder anyone, which makes a nice change.
I would say that only one of those things has anything to do with someone's character.
That's a load of.
It's a load of Tess. I really should be augmenting this with bomb shots, but like, I don't know, like as a child, I didn't even know you could use the boomerangs on this. It just never occurred to me. And now I'm an adult, I'm like, boomerang or beep beep. You know, like, my name is Tom Nook, P.
That's a set of words.
It's things you could hypothetically say.
And did say. Just now.
I'm invoking my right to sort of just ejaculate phrases into the atmosphere.
That's...
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you had the Zelda boobity boobity boop happen in real life? Like you just, like you get home, you plug your keys into the front door, you turn it, you unlock it, and then just the universe is like, diddle-doodle-doodle.
God. That'd be great. I love getting rewarded for solving problems. Like...
I just had a dumb thought as well, and this would be fun, like, randomizer styley. If like, they're able to randomize what sound effects it plays when you open a chest. So, like, you have the really long, suspenseful build-up, you have the you got a heart container noise, and then it's just a fucking green rupee. That sure was just a keyboard smash of the same letter. Also, I've always thought that the orange flowers here are really pretty. Like, they're unnecessarily ornate compared to all the other flowers in the game. And just I'm here for them.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen that Spubby of the Splatoon logo, except instead of Splatoon, it just says salad?
I have not.
Well, now you know it exists.
I'm not sure what to do with this information.
Dog food lid backwards is dildo of God.
I still don't know this information.
One day, I will make Tumblr Snack 5. This is not that day. But it is still...
Sometime
Don't-
in the next century.
Don't snack on Tumblr. That's bad for your insides.
I have a toothbrush.
All right. Tess can have a little of Tumblr
As a treat. Ooh, the tracker misspelled fiery. I can get the Firay chest. Now, did I say tracker or did I say Tumblr? One day, all this information will be useful. This may not be that day, but you're welcome for the journey.
Thank you.
Ah, it's Derek Largeman, inventor of sizes. Here, have my flower that's going bleh.
Just every size in the universe.
Yeah, everything was the same size until this guy came along and he was like, yo, consider this. Now, on the basis of trading making no sense, would you like to trade the thing you just gave me for something else? Because sometimes you can do that. But not today. You disappoint me, sir.
Die, potato.
Not today.
Not today.
And this arsehole go into all the trouble of inventing the concept of size, only to find his business downgraded to wandering the ocean, selling flowers to furries.
First of all, how dare he?
That was a really ugly snort on my part, and I do not apologize for it.
Like I heard it once.
Oh, it's this puzzle. Well, not this puzzle, but the one in the next room, which isn't this one, but it will be this one by the time I get through finished saying the words of this sentence. And this is a very Firay room. Y'all, I before E before R in the case of the word fiery and no other. Oh, I don't even need to throw anything, I just need to go on a magical journey and fall at the last hurdle. It's a necessary part of the process.
Sorry, that rule also applies to Pier.
Whoa. Oh no. Just imagine the face of that guy with the, the kilogram of steel, kilogram of feathers. He make an big steppy. The number of times I have burned my booty in this stream, and if memory serves, I want to say that my booty is like, I know it's either Filipino or some like Pacific language. I forget which one, if not Filipino, and it means thank you or something like that. I think I learned that from Will.i.am.
Huh.
And I've never met him personally. It's just he was on TV once. He's on TV a lot actually, and he might have perhaps mentioned it. I don't know. What's the matter with you? Did I miss? Oh, you missed. Well, you're illegal. Go away. Not that away. You were weighed wrongly. face stabbing. How did they both miss? You're both terrible at being projectiles. Oh, what the fuck just happened to you? Come bite my thumb, I hope you know the stakes. And somehow that worked. Okay.
Very, very passive acceptance there. Alright, sure.
And now, 4-3!
Bites the hand, don't feed it.
Wait, why did... What, Hello! Now, could you be a hole? Not what I meant to say, but sure. Like that time that Rhett and Link were doing Will It Chip, and one of the things they tried to will it was buffalo penis, I think. And Rhett was like, you could really taste the straight penis. And,
oh boy.
And Link's face just said, whoop, there it is. And then in that same episode, he managed to Freud it so hard that... Okay, will it penis? I mean, will it chip? And just a time was had.
Yeah.
Why won't anyone eat
That's
you
only
whole?
the way it works with penis.
I feel like that was like the cry of like Rhyperia or something. Or which one is it that goes? But not like that, obviously. I can't blow it.
Are you trying hard enough?
Oh, well, ordinarily, I'm an expert at such affairs.
Yeah.
How dare you claim to be ordinary?
Wow. Okay. That. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. That. You know. Yeah. You know what? A line has been crossed. I'm the one who crossed it, and I apologize.
Glad I can just say things here and you act like I've said something reasonable.
I mean, compared to me. Also, we got a soupy.
Don't soup at me.
Oh. Well, I already sang the soup song.
Soup.
Okay.
That's soup.
It's soup. Where's that guy?
Corgi?
I don't remember where the third man is.
That was very pleasantly, like, the cadence of that was very pleasant. It was very like just some kind, like a tune going on there in that sentence.
Really?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
Well, you're welcome? Question mark?
Thank you.
But yeah, so there's the guy on Child Island, and there's the guy on Bomb Island, and I could swear the other one was on Shark Island, but now I'm having doubts. So I'm going to go to the one that I know exists, and he'll inevitably disappoint me.
It will.
Oh well.
Oh, well, what's this?
Suddenly, pineapples. So that shark is just kind of cutting in front and detonating? Sure. Wait, hang on a minute. Have I missed the turning? Wow, I went the wrong way. Like, I could not have been more wrong about the way I was going. Actually, I could have been. But still. I got distracted by a fancy shark. I thought more drama action would be happening there than actually did.
Well, 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 well.
Well, wellity, well, well. See, I feel like that's an Undertale thing, and I don't remember enough about the universe to disprove it.
If you're in the, when you're doing the second colored tile maze, if you never step on a green tile, which means, like, you don't even enter the maze, Metaton will go, well, 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 welly. And you never stepped on a green tile. That means that you don't have to fight a monster, and then he fights you anyway. Don't quiz me on Undertale.
But you know things. You have vast swathes of knowledge.
Got it. I've got the truths.
I have a life.
I've got the juices of the truths. It's a bad set of words.
Juicy truth.
Those are words.
Juice that makes you truth.
Oh. Truth that makes you juicy.
No, that one's worse.
Oh well.
I still don't know where the third man is, and
Great Fish Island.
I'm just gonna hold on this stunned silence until I get there, because I feel like you might be extremely right. And I don't know how I forgot that. Oh, there's oh, yep, there he is. I was gonna say that there's the Angry Man ship, and I don't have the Ghost ship chart, so I can't get aboard the Angry Man ship. You know, when you ship two people who are just constantly enraged, it's the Angry Man ship.
Oh, now I'm suddenly remembering the angry Hawaiian guy.
That was from a painful part of my life.
Oh no.
The punchline is getting kicked in the testicles.
Specifically, you getting kicked in the testicles over a game of chess.
He was salty about losing. I feel like there may have been a rogue pair of underwear involved. I don't remember the specifics.
What?
You can't just leave that there. I can and I will.
Just say it and then, like, immediately turn off the stream.
To be fair, Bicked Up on a Bus does that a lot. Like, his streams just end Sopranos style, where he'll just say something really random and then end the stream abruptly. And it's just... like, I get a lot of my mannerisms from him because I like the way he do.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even know I exist. Well, okay, at one point he acknowledged me because we briefly discussed the word treble. And that's the extent of my interactions with him.
Nice. Treble's a good... Treble's fun. Treble's fun. Word. I can talk. Word.
Word's good today. Very nice.
I English good.
Me fail English? That's impossible. I bequeath a bomb to the face.
And one for Jenny and the Wimp.
What? Octopod, except because the orb's there, it can't be an octopod. But still, not enough people know about the octopods. Oh. That was a pleasant surprise. But yeah, so I don't know how many, if indeed all, or indeed any, it applies to, but in this game,
yeah.
there are some, like, rings of light, and I think it's only treasure chart treasures. I could be wrong about that. It could be non-treasure chart treasures, but that aren't from big octos and that. But, like, you know, when light rings just randomly spawn in the sea, as they do in real life.
Uh-huh.
If you try to, like if you try to dig it up from the bottom of the sea with the grappling hook, but you're a little bit wrong with your aim, so like you're a bit too far to one side or t'other, then you'll get this. I feel like it's a jingle that's kind of the precursor to the "you got a Rupor" thing from, well, you've played the DS Zelda games, you know how it is. And
oh yeah, yeah.
And Link picks up this strange jar, and and it immediately, like, you don't get like a dialogue box or anything. Immediately, an Octorok spawns next to the boat and just attacks.
Huh. That's not very nice.
Oh wait, I can go back to Windfall Island now and turn in my exotic flower, because for some reason, even though
Yay.
Wait, I played completely the wrong song. Even though I have long side quests turned off and trade side quests turned off, for some reason getting the exotic flower still counts as neither of those. Like, no, don't be illegal. Don't be illegal. Don't be illegal.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Yes, more people who get the reference. Because I don't.
It's a good video. Have you not seen the video?
I haven't.
Oh, it's a good video.
Oh, soup! Okay, so some context here. This is either Grandma's life savings or her most prized possession. So whatever that is... I received a letter, and inside it was another identically sized letter that I must now send.
Letterception.
Blah. And in fact, how many do I have? I don't think. Perhaps. Okay. So yeah. Grandma's life savings is a letter to someone else's mother that's very sad.
Woo.
Oh, that's not on the... Oh. Okay. Now, I'm assuming that was Alex, but it sounded a lot like Laura, who has long since gone to bed.
Sometimes everyone's the same.
And sometimes I feel I've got to noot run away. Oh. Set sail at full speed and just ran into the dock. And this is why we look where we're going, children. Oh, that reminds me of... There was an artwork, and I think I saw it on Tumblr. And it's of a Flygon and a whole herd of Trapinch. And one of them's shiny, but that's got nothing to do with anything. And... like, first of all, I love how just, like, randomly geeky the Flygon looks, just because it's got those sort of glasses eyes. And... it's just saying, children, this is dirt. And the children are all going, dirt, 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 dirt.
Oh, I love that image. I love that image. It's the best.
I have it saved on my phone because it's just delightful.
It's so good. It's so good. It brings me very much joy.
Yeah.
Oh no! It's this room!
Just all of a sudden, oh no!
Well, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Remember that time that I went into the water temple and started going doo-doo over and over again?
Oh no.
Doo-doo! Ah yes, they're minty fresh, which logically means they're on fire.
Don't be minting my fresh.
Don't fresh mintly. Ah! I once had an Animal Crossing human called Minty. He had green hair.
Oh, cute.
There was also one called Tiffany. She was blonde and adorable. Game, why on earth would you think that I'm facing an enemy that, like, trying to L-target an enemy that's completely befucking behind me? See, what's that about? I'm clearly facing. I'm facing Mr. Sandwich Princess. And yet you're like, nope, you need to angle the... And we're just not going to comment on my use of grammar there.
Sometimes there's nothing to say. Sometimes there's no words.
Eventually you've heard it all.
Sometimes there's words aren't.
You know, synonym buns, just like grammar used to make.
Yum.
Okay, I've killed one of the angry birdmen. Which, again, reminds me of Bird Person.
Don't person my birds.
But sometimes bird man door hand hook car
No!
door.
Bird door, hand hook, car door.
Beep beep. You know, beep beep
Beep.
lattice.
Ah, to be a small bird, say beep beep from time to time.
Big mood.
It's a good boast.
It is. Were you here when I was talking about my time on AI Dungeon the other day?
I don't think so. Oh,
Did Alex dead?
yeah, Alex just disappeared. Went offline for a sec.
Just noped the fresh hell out of that conversation.
It must have been like an internet outage or something because he went like offline from Discord for a sec.
But
I don't know.
basically, despite it being AI Dungeon, it got very intimate very quickly. It gave me a dragon husband, and at one point he suggested breaking into the back of a 7-Eleven in this village where there's only 3 things. One of them's a 7-Eleven.
Okay.
Because it was a Sunday, so it wouldn't be open.
Okay. What? A 7-Eleven?
Yes, bear in mind this is a fantasy setting.
Not open on a Sunday?
Well, they got to have the,
No fucking gas for you, it's church day.
It only adds up to 7 altogether when you're only open 11 hours a day. Like, it turns out they're open for an average of 11 hours a day every week.
Now I want to figure out how many hours a day you would have to, like, make that true, only being open six days a week.
Welcome to game theory.
Wait, no, that's not a hard thing to...
How plausible is AI Dungeon? When your dragon husband wants to consummate your relationship on a Sunday in a 7-Eleven, how feasible is it?
Okay, if you're open for about 13 hours a day, 6 days a week, you would get an average of like just over 11 hours
You
per
technically
day for
qualify
the
as
7-day
7-Eleven.
week. Yeah. Welcome to the 1311. It's spooky now.
I love that it's called a 1311 as well. Like that's entirely not the emphasis at
Oh
all.
wait, it would be
6:13. Well, they couldn't call it 6:13 because that sounds like a time of day.
completely. Just put the number in the wrong place. I wasn't even thinking. Oh, hello. Are you back? No, I can't eat things.
I can't hear him either. I think he
Oh,
might.
okay.
I think he may have died at it. Like I'm about to.
Don't die. Sit down.
Yeah, we were just getting to the story part of the story involving the 7-Eleven. We were calculating how it could be closed on a Sunday just enough for it to take the attention of a dragon, who had a husband in the form of me.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You know, the times that were had on AI Dungeon.
Oh, shenanigan.
And it turned out that despite him being a dragon and also my husband, he somehow, like, he worked in some sort of local hospital situation and solved many a medical problem. He had science machines. It was strange. Like, bear in mind,
Yeah,
this is
like
all in a medieval fantasy setting. We're talking about a fully grown fucking dragon here.
You tell me dragons, you trying to say dragons are less capable of being medical professionals
I'm just saying
than
that
humans are? Are you trying to say dragons aren't allowed to find love in their lives? Are you trying to insinuate?
they can have little love
You
as a
tryna-
treat.
trying to say words at me?
I'm just saying, given their size and relative dexterity and lack of opposable thumbs and such like, it may be difficult.
Is he specifically a surgeon?
I don't know. Like, at
Maybe
one
he
point,
just-
he went into the back room of the hospital, told me to wait there. I did. Had a nice chat with the receptionist.
How did he fit? What?
I don't know. This was never addressed.
Is it? Oh, it's like text-based thing.
Yeah.
That's great.
Because
Very
the
good.
whole thing is just a predictive, like, text adventure game
Oh,
situation.
that's cute.
I'm sort of surprised that you don't already know about it, to be honest. It seems like sort of thing
I-
you'd be familiar with.
It sounds very fun. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Yeah. Well, it'll it's almost like a chat-based RP situation, but like obviously you can tell the game if your intention is to do something, in which case you have to lead your statement with a verb or say
Right.
something, and then the game will just assume, okay, what you're just doing is the character that you're playing as has just said something, and then also you can just advance the story yourself, and also
Right.
if it generates something that you're not in agreement with, you can go back and edit both your own responses and the AI's responses, and you can just tell it, no, just generate something different in response to that. I disagree.
Oh, that's neat. That's fun.
Because as well as being my husband and a dragon, and I think my parents owned the 7-Eleven, which helped, but also he was also a blacksmith of some kind, because he kept smithing in the house, but our house was a cave. But like a fancy cave. It was the size of a palace, but it was still a cave.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's something that I'm rather fond of with AI Dungeon as well, where just describing anything that happens in it sounds like a fucking fever dream. And thing is, you can have dreams inside the game as well. So that's when shit really goes crazy. Because at one point, my character had a dream about leaving a school and going into the on-campus convenience store, because the game just has a fetish for that, apparently. And it couldn't make up its mind whether the person, like the cashier, was a teenager, a girl in her 20s who was blonde, a middle-aged
Okay.
man, or an old man who was tired of everything. I found the bow!
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you met the person from that riddle.
And
From the
three-
Sphinx riddle.
and 3 legs in the evening.
Yeah.
And the Sphinx in Mario Odyssey is such an excellent character as well. Because, like, at one point, one of the questions is, what is my name? And, like, his name, like, on the text box is just gone. Or it's replaced with question marks, I think. And one of the answers is, Quiz Kitty. To which I say yes. I mean, it's the wrong answer, but yes.
Of course. Well, it could be a nickname.
I think one of the other options is Mr. Prefix. Oh yeah, it's something like Mr. Prefix, Quiz Kitty, Sphinx, or Mr. Question Face.
Is the name just Sphinx?
Yeah, because that's what he is.
That's great. That's good. What's my name? My name is
like
Human. My name is Human Jones.
So I think it's like a slightly different spelling, but still.
I don't remember whether it's Sphinx or Sphinx.
Sorry, my name is Human. It's spelled Hyoooman Jones.
Ah, you know the cats then.
Yeah.
It has been lovely. I think I'm gonna sign off for now.
Is it because I ran into a bomb?
Yes, 100%. Can't stand that content. No, it's no, it's just the evening.
Okay. I mean, it's
yeah.
1 in the morning for me, but yeah.
Yeah.
I
get tired much earlier.
I have no responsibility, brain, house, place.
Acceptable. But yeah, good to hear y'all.
It's
Have
nice.
a good.
We need to do this more often.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Have a good night times.
You too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Weird how you blow up that boulder, and a load of mini-blins appear from everywhere but that boulder. What, you picturing them crawling out of your asshole?
Come, children, approach the hole.
Oh! Ah! One of them just yeeted himself over the boulder. You know, the over-the-shoulder boulder holder. The female counterpart to the under-the-butt nut hut. That's not a hole! I just fell into a divot in the ground, and no one says divot. Oh no. Oh. That's underwhelming. I come in, expecting there to be, like, whiz robes and death and sadness, and then it's just these fuckers. Granted, I just tripped over one, but, you know. Stabbed in the face! Stabbed in the face! Stabbed in the face!
I can't wait till you get the skull hammer and you're able to, like, squash them and send them flying.
With a broom. Ah, there's more. Which, that remains one of my favourite quotes from Joth from when I was doing Portal 2 co-op. Just, but first, there's more. That was the time with the little upright helium car. Where, like, I told that story, then immediately died of laughter, but for completely unrelated reasons.
But not before making a series of sentences. Oh.
It's because I told the story, so I was already in a bit of a weird headspace, and then I reacted to seeing the repulsion gel, and that happened.
Set of sounds.
I die of giggle, and Joff is like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No." Fev. I got a feather. A feather on stevia. No.
It will.
Oh wow. Yoruba. Which you might recall from Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. You might also not, because you tend not to watch my stuff.
Ew.
Meow. Where's my boat?
I demand to see it.
Ladies. I've lost my goldfish. Has anyone seen my goldfish? Oh good, more bombs.
They're in the cupboard.
What? Now, I must find the windy boy.
Oh, the tornado warnado.
Uh-oh, looks like we got a tornado warnado. You better stay indoors. You don't want to lose your housey wousey or whatever it was. There we go. I swear you only have to hit him once or maybe twice. I had to hit him 3 entire times that time. And I feel like the cyclones in this game, like, they are just scary to look at, but then maybe that's just because of formative childhood memories. And I just look at the winds and I'm like, oh.
Ew.
Yum.
Oh. You played the song. Congratulations. The music has now congealed into a piece of paper.
Eh?
Oh. Oh, tingle. The forbidden tingle. It's covered in sticky sap. Neurotically checking my map multiple times. And you can't spell neurotic.
as you do.
You can't spell neurotic without erotic, but with extra letters. And you're all about erotic potatoes.
Yeah.
But yeah, on some, like, there was a competitive cooking TV show here in the UK, and there was some woman who was trying to be fancy, and, like, you could clearly tell that, like, fanciness wasn't her thing. And, like, she was trying to, like,
She was bullshitting her way too.
pretty much. And, like, she was... First of all, she couldn't even pronounce balsamic. She called it balasmic vinegar. But also... like, one of her courses involved what she called erotic potatoes. Like, she meant exotic. And even then... like, bruh. Just bruh. Just bruh, you know? Like, bruh, dude. The hongus of the dongfish is attached by a scungle to a kind of dill sack. The nut sack.
Fucking E5 combo.
I feel like Mr. 12 Eyes here is probably going to splunk my Because I tried it with bombs and then I was bad. We're dangerously close to having the people... Ah, I nearly had it. I was paranoid about running out of bombs. I got yoked. It was sort of spinning through the air, as you do. The really fun thing to do with those is use the swift sail when you're approaching one, and then jump right as it spawns, because it does just yeet you right into the middle. Okay. I am just right fucking next to where we just were. Like, it didn't even throw me that far. Fight me again, you coward, but this time better. Well, better for me, anyway. So what is your opinion on tentacles, then? Because I don't. I don't personally. Anyway. Round 2. Like Rantaro with a photo of Kate Winslet. I do sincerely find the Big Octo fights to be, well, I guess intimidating is the word, because, like, as a child, it would frighten my bejesus to just be sailing around the sea, doing my business, well, not doing my business, but you know, and then just suddenly, and then you're under threat of malexistence. Because you've come upon this giant, freakish enemy with a bunch of eyes and tentacles that's threatening to throw you for and loop. I'm not down for that pregnancy. And also, who would have thought if you just stick to a consistent method of attack and you get lucky with its hitboxes, that things might go better? Because the other tricky thing with these fights, and yes, I am commentating as if I'm the only person commentating at this point because it seems like Alex is having internet trouble again. Like, you can see the way that the Big Octo just sort of flails around, and sometimes that means that your boomerang spends much more time in the air because it's trying to home in on a target that's just flubberjeebling all over the place. Do I have a key for the... Oh, wait. I was just wondering to myself, do I have, like, the one small key from the Forbidden Woods and I just didn't mark it on a tracker or something? I don't know, but I have the boomerang, so I can do a load of other stuff in there anyway. So I should probably go back there at some point. Hello? So anyway. Does the man return, or have I been left to wonder about the nature of documentaries on Imelda May's shins? Oh, come on, I am right on top of the house. Give me my prize or I will sue you. Oh, apparently the threat of litigation actually did ease my needles. Hooray. Now, what can I actually do? We could go to Eastern Fairy Island. See, at some point, I should probably just end the stream and go to bed, but no, I fought so hard to exist on stream. So I'm going to make the many of it. And the thought occurs that Expensive Beetle does have what he claims to be a progressive bow, but I don't know, as I said earlier, if that's, like, if he means that literally, or, like, now that I have the bow, is that going to be the fire and ice arrows, or is that going to be a progressive quiver? Because, I mean, legs on a Sunday, Pibs Glibbins till Tuesday. I feel like you can tell I've been streaming for 4 hours. Not that anyone's been watching, mind you, apart from people that have been, but still. Right then. That's it, because one of the fairies is blocked by a boulder, one is blocked by one of those, like, really chunky sets of beams, and then one has thorns, and the other... Maybe the switch is just blocking the entrance itself? I don't know.
No, as they are.
Oh, you're back at last. Well, I thought you were back, but now you're just unsure of yourself.
It will.
There we go. Where'd you go and how have you been?
Discord decided to shit the bed.
Ew.
Yeah.
I got a adhesive part. I got a pizza.
Eh.
So yes, as I was asking before the internet decided to throw you under the bed, which was being shat in by Discord, so you may have had a bit of drip down there, depending on how diarrheic it was. What's your opinion on tentacles?
In what sense?
Yes.
A fun time.
Oh. You see, I once saw an advert, and I'm not going to go any further with that because I'm sure your imagination can fill in the rest, and I don't feel like I agree with it because I don't know why people feel. It was light blue, in case you were wondering.
Oh, wow.
The tagline on the advert, and it's burned into my memory, was a very fulfilling experience.
Made that big an impression on you, huh?
I was... well, I already told you about the cursed image of the Glaceon. Which I'm assuming you remember even now, because that's just how it works.
Talk about Netflix and chill.
Boo.
Oh, now I'm suddenly remembering the best popcorn you've ever tasted.
Oh dear. And this ties back to the whole Snectar thing as well, which, again, we're legally, contractually unable to discuss. All that for a skull necklace. And the tracker said that was to design a building, and by that I mean destroy the cannons, but it didn't appear until after I killed all the enemies. You know, destroying cannons, designing buildings, they're interchangeable.
Yeah.
Now here's a question only you can answer. Do the furries know I exist right now?
Possibly.
Talk about them as if I'm not one of them. And the same could be said of yourself. Right, so there's an 8-eyed Poos Poos and also Canons. Ah! Because I know at least 2 of them were somewhat excited about the prospect of this stream existing, and now it's here and they never even bothered showing up. I'm so alone. Apart from you being here, which... I just love when we're on calls like this, because it never happens anymore and I miss it.
It will.
Well, we'll have table reads for Chaos Potentia Rest and a bunch of stuff, so, you know, we will find a house, and by a house I mean time.
Yeah.
But the question is, who is the aggressor in this situation? Because, like, I'm invading on this octopus's territory, but I have no way of knowing it's there, and it decides to rise up and start sucking, so, like, I'm only defending myself here. Who's at fault? And for that matter, suck or tentacle? I mean, this creature is proof that you can have both, but assuming you couldn't.
I mean, the mouth's the perfect shape.
Sir! What the
Yeah.
ever-loving fuckrius? It's like the pancreas, except where you store your fucks that you give sometimes. And sometimes you get them instead.
Mew.
Meow. Voice of Metachan in the background. Oh my god, will you two just smooch already? Because memes. And they're using memes, and memes used to be funny. To quote that one YouTube poop of the room. In which the critic reviews the Roo, starring Mommy Woe. Haha, sauce.
That certainly was a sound.
A body has been discovered. Well, that was comedic. I only have 3 bombs, so I had to take out at least 1 cannon with my boomerang, and that's something else that I didn't know until, like, recent years, that you can kill cannons with boomerangs. Lemon boomerang pie.
Oh, well.
No, that's not a sex thing. Is it? Oh no. Well, I've invented it in my mind and I'm not happy about it. It's so cheap that you can blow these things up from above like this, because, like, that's absolutely not what they intended. But it works. Oh, my foot is inside. You know, put the foot. Wow, 1 bomb is worth 10 bombs. Butterfly! Crimes! No! I nearly got it, but then I didn't. Right, though. I should maybe consider wrapping things up for the night, which is a dad shame. I don't know why that's the word that came to mind, because I want to carry on.
A dad shame.
Yeah, you know. The dad shame. Are you dad shaming me?
Well, you seem to have a thing for daddies.
I do not have a type just because I like Bowser and Asgore and King DDD and the Yeti from Candy Crush and Nekamaru and Gonta and oh my god, I have a type. I was gonna stop, but then I just remembered I could do the hole here. I'll do the hole first. And then when I'm done, I'll do your hole if you insist.
Meow.
Meow hoo hoo! Meow!
What the?
Uncle Roopy, but he's a furry!
It's literally just Uncle Roopy, but wearing cat ears. And that's it, that's the only difference.
Oh, jeez. Isn't that a mental image?
In it just. Now you see, if I was one of those streamers who had clout, then people would be scrambling to draw a fan out of that, but no one knows who I am, and there's no justifiable reason for that. How dare I not be famous?
Well,
Oh. You are very dead.
As if you're just realizing that for the first time. Oh, this person is very dead.
Is anyone here a doctor? I am a doctor of psychology. Lying there, being dead, knife sticking out of chest. So how does that make you feel? It's funny, because I'm dying of depression.
Well.
Boop, he knows with my news. Ah, jelly. Oh no, brain, do not do these things.
Hello?
So, you know how in order to make red and green and blue potions in this game, you have to take multiple instances of chew jelly and it has to be processed in order to, like, get all the goodness out and stuff?
Yeah?
If you use it in its raw, unfettered form, where it's, like, you know the form where you get it straight fresh from the enemy and you can't actually use it for anything?
Yeah?
Would that work as lube?
Possibly.
See, these are the questions we can't
Only
ask
one way
around
to
Joff.
find out.
Oh! Meow.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that comes to mind is you know when you grease up a trombone, and then it's all slidey up and down and in and out.
Yeah.
Well, this certainly was a time that was had by all. It's now 1:30 in the morning. Which, to be fair, that's like peak shitposting hours for the two of us, so honestly, this isn't actually unusual at all.
Meow.
But never the still, I shall... Oh, I was gonna say, why is it not stormy here anymore? It's because I got Din's fucking pearl in it. And so because I'm in personal possession of this random jewel, the weather is now different. And, oh, the lava's still lava. So that's weird now that I think about it, because, like, that lava hardens and cools down, but apparently the flag for that is beating the boss, but the flag for the weather is getting Din's pearl. What the fuck, game? Why are you programmed this way? Dad, I'm hungry. Hi, hungry, I'm Dad. Why did you name me this way? But anyway, yeah, I was gonna wrap things up, which is a shame, because every single time that we have a situation like this, I'm like, hey, stay on the call, we can hang out for a while, and then you always abandon me as soon as I end the stream, and it's sad and tragic and tragic and sad and... Yes, this is a call-out post. So, being as I have been tessellating hexagons and continuing such that I will continue to be, I guess this is end of Strim Stram Snattery Dang Piddly Poddly Poo. So...
Meanwhile, I've been Silverx641.
That indeed he has. And hopefully this will make it to YouTube. I will be extremely peeved if not. It will be the final slap in the face if it turns out that they're like, nope, haha, sucks to suck, poops to poop, you can't keep this stream. But I don't see why that would be. So, for the no people who are still watching, thanks for watching? And for the people who joined me, thank you to you. And I think that might be a stream, so... Good night, goodbye, good house, good left leg, good right leg. I will stream this again at some point because I want to beat this randomizer, and we're kind of halfway there-ish? Maybe? I don't know. Join me next time for that, I guess.
Bye!
Wham bam schladdery doo and ooh, sklaharth, there's a keeble in my sheep.